And welcome back to Tomb of Annihilation, the Last Resort Company. We are down here in level 5, the Gears of Hate. After finally reuniting all 10 Trickster Gods, the silent spell made sure that Shikombi's little trap with the music box didn't go off. And to make things even more dramatic, there on the other side was one of the damn skeleton keys. And trying not to make any noise, you guys jumped over, stunned him in place, and managed to chase after them as they stepped on some weird teleportation rune. And as all of you went through to the other side, you'd somehow been polymorphed into random animals, two of which were bats, I think, and you couldn't figure out which one was which. And so you had to just fight each other. There's like a little Pokemon battle royale going on. Eventually, you figured out it was actually Ignir, and the other one must have been the damn skeleton key. So you rounded the corner before it could finally get away. Esri challenged it to a duel, and it turned with it turned around. It had no choice, and at that point, you smited, yes, and retrieved it. You had to use a little bit of spell casting to track the last one down, using some find person, I think, locate person, like an object, creature, one of them. Either way, you did track it down, and it seemed as though it was trapped inside the corner of the Chamber of Horrors. And as you activated the strange door by raising your hand, you heard another door on the other side open. Yaru had entered, and as both of you kind of saw each other, there was a crown in the middle of this pedestal, the crown of black opals. This was the fabled treasure that was supposedly going to help the Yuan-Ti awaken Dendar, the Night Serpent. And the skeleton key was close by, Carrick. You activated your channel divinity to make sure the undead would be paralyzed in fear. And it seems you unwittingly targeted two other creatures in addition to that. The Bodak, which crawled from the strange bearded devil's mouth, this one with a truly darkened void for its mouth. As they crawled out, one of them gazed upon you, and as his deathly stare almost sapped the soul out of your body, it was Esri's paladin aura that managed to shield you and protect you from this fear effect. And after that, you set Vaughn on it, and the rest is history. You smashed that thing down, and Esri smote it into the ground once again, leaving Yaru to fend for himself against the other one as you jumped out the door whilst activating the trap again by moving the crown off the pedestal. The last thing you could hear are the muffled screams of Yaru as he both triumphantly hoisted the crown in the air and also had his soul literally sucked out of his body from the other remaining Bodak. That was pretty brutal. A very fitting end for him. Finally, you had reunited all 10 spirits. And as the trickster gods kind of communed with one another, they said that they felt a power that they had ready to unleash effectively. One that they potentially could use in the moment against this lich that imprisoned them. So they're holding back for now. But it seems as though at any point they are ready to unleash their unified power. With that, you began to head down the chamber, which you found a back door to, into the Gears of Hate, traversed yourself into the control room, and began setting up camp. Casting a arcane eye, a tiny hut, and finally a non-detection spell. It's like ruby dust sprinkled all around you in a circle. The arcane eye and Rufus did a joint scouting mission and basically mapped out the whole of the Gears of Hate, revealing in fact, I put it in all the handouts. So if you ever want to refresh yourself of all those, they're in there. But in short, you uncovered a strange mastodon statue made of gold in the bottom right. You found the final third cog had these strange cabinets and wardrobes. The pathway around to the tunnel led was strewn in like some sort of broken metal. There were like tarnished coins, pieces of armor, broken shields. Then you found a strange chain, which was transferred between one roiling cloud of lightning to the other in some 400-foot shaft. And then beyond that, there was some sort of smaller chamber with an armillary sphere containing like this bronze apparatus with slowly rotating spherical depictions of celestial bodies potentially. And then finally that spoopy hall, that strange emanating green gas that came from that cauldron swept across the ground. There was a spinning wheel, a rusty iron cage containing a prisoner, and as you approached it, getting closer, started to recognize an individual in there. This was Revire. They were not looking the best selves. They were kind of like hunched over, hugging their knees in the corner of the cage. They looked potentially emaciated and exhausted, but it was unmistakably her. And after having looked around the rest of the chamber, finding potentially no more ways forward, with all the doors being closed, the last thing you witnessed was the grand skeletal looking gate with 5 seals, each one depicting a different shape, the triangle, the square, and so on and so forth. And that is where you pulled away your vision from this spell and back to the group. So, take it away. Do you want to tell or relay any of that information?
Yeah, I think as I was seeing it, just kind of eyes rolled back in my head. I've just been kind of saying it all.
Okay.
And
So
then
everything that was Carrick was privy to, you guys also understand and acknowledge now. So you've heard it all.
I'm sorry, you what?
yeah, I think Revia, I think I got a pretty good look. It
That's
looks like
impossible.
she's down there or something that looks a lot like her.
Well, Ezra, this has been fun, but unfortunately the position is no longer open.
Yeah, cough up those wristbands.
We need to get her out first.
It's not
No,
you. It's us.
I think Esri has proved herself, but I would not want you to leave yet, not whilst we are so close to this.
No, I think if we could get Revia back in fighting shape with us, we'd stand a better chance. But we still have quite a bit in between us and her.
Well, first things first, there's not much we're going to be able to do whilst we're all this exhausted, so we've got this hut.
Yeah.
Let's use it.
Last thing I was going to do before the long rest was I don't know if it's a magical item or not, but I'm assuming it's not electric, but I was going to try to cast Identify on this control panel.
Okay, identify on the control panel. Interesting.
What is electric?
Yeah. That does
We
feel
have
like,
it in Limbo.
it does
I mean,
feel
it's got to
like
be magic, right?
Funny thing is, a lot of the magic spells in this game are like grounded in some weird science. But if you want to try and identify it, I suppose that can go ahead and see what happens.
Just
Okay.
because
Yeah, I'll say in addition to doing this, give me an Arcana check to see if you can really figure out what most of this apparatus might do.
Okay. That's not bad.
Okay. So it's obvious that some of these dials will operate the actual gears themselves into different configurations. You're not really sure what the lever does, but I would say though, with your identification, you do sense there is some sort of magic suffused into it, but not necessarily giving it its operation. It's strange. It's what I'm saying is it's not a magic item, this operating table, but but it does seem to activate magic itself in some capacity. And I'll tell you that magic, with an Arcana tech of 26, it's a different type of magic you're used to. It's not something that really speaks of the material plane, or maybe not even the weave as you know it.
The lever
feels
you're talking
too-
about specifically?
Yeah, I'm talking about the
Or just-
weave
No,
in
but
this control panel.
Oh, the whole control panel. I got it.
Yeah, the control panel itself isn't a magic item that you can identify. But you can identify some of the magic that it seems to operate, is what I'm saying. Because there is magic somewhere in it, somewhere suffused in it. And you can tell that it's probably something otherworldly, because it doesn't feel like the weave is quite right. In fact, it feels too right. The weave is supposed to be something almost incomprehensible to the mortal mind. But here it feels too perfect, too manufactured, too orderly. That's all I can really give you.
Yeah. Great. So, Ezra, last time we were down here, it doesn't matter who, but somebody pressed the red button, and that closes the door. So we unless things change around, we don't necessarily want to start by pressing any red buttons once we start fiddling with this.
Why did they make it red then?
It's a good point. But this whole place is a trap.
That's why they made it red then. Interesting. Ezra has no idea. Just nodding her head like, not press the red one.
Are we permitted to take a long rest?
You're currently bedding down, trying to do such a thing, but you have not had one yet. You're kind of just discussing what you saw at the moment, but no, you haven't had one yet.
Oh, should we tuck in?
Yes, I'm quite pooped.
Might as well.
All right. And because Revire isn't here, I'm going to ask for a new watch. What is your setup? It used to be Revire takes the first, then Jason takes the second, but then this is kind of changed up now.
I'll take first watch. Because that way, as long as Yasin goes like second, then he gets his 4 hours first, right?
You would, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, taking the first watch, I would like you to make a perception check, Carrick.
Oof, terrible.
Okay. Interesting. All right. In that case, then, your first watch goes by pretty much uninterrupted. You're maybe a little bit distracted by the disturbing visions of what you saw below, and trying to document everything inside your head of all the visions you saw before. A strange chain, the metal scraps, wondering what it could mean, wondering what could be ahead. And also, you're probably staring back at the cogs occasionally, trying to figure out the configurations that will best easily get you to your destination. And during that time, you have your back turned to the tunnel here.
Yeah, I'm probably also looking at the Withers' spell book that I've kind of co-opted. and
Oh, yeah, okay.
and just kind of looking at that and going, just have to do this myself with the basics. It's
Yeah.
important to get the basics.
Okay. Let me just check. Yeah, and again, as you're flicking through it, you can't help but reread this passage and wonder what it means. Considering that you are so close to that final level. What is it that he found? This marvelous gift, this cast-off creation of the gods? And why on earth does Mr. Withers here mentioned the Mother of Illusions, which again you've already figured out means Mistra, and the All-Seeing, which of course is represented of Savras, and why these two are mentioned here specifically for this thing. And during that time, you swear you hear a scuffle suddenly, and you look around, but you don't see anything. And at this point, your 2-hour watch is up. Unless you want to keep watching and waiting.
No, I'd like to go to bed. I'll give Ignir a shake. Hey, it's your turn.
Oh, good. I like doing watch when I can't see things. I'll go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you could still keep light up, but in fact, there is light coming from you, Carrick. I don't think you've ever stopped.
Yeah, but it'll go
having
off
light.
in an hour. Here, this will work for an hour, and I'll give him a glowing coin.
Okay. Perception check of 7.
But why
Hmm.
disadvantage? Oh, because you're blind.
Okay. Nothing much happens in the next hour. So, actually, you've got light for an hour, so technically this is a flat roll. So you get 14 technically on this. Okay. Alright. Guess we're doing more of these. And again. Oh my goodness.
Like that.
Ooh. Okay. Oh boy. So, been thinking how to do this for a while. But guess we're gonna just do it. During the waiting period, Ignir, and probably at the point in which your light begins to slowly dim, as it goes out, you notice how eerily silent it's become. You did hear before you came in here that there were chains dangling, there were kind of pistons occasionally, but there were even dwarves hanging from those chains, doing some sort of maintenance perhaps, but you can't really hear them anymore. And as you're just about to watch the last light go out on your coin, you're suddenly very aware that the strange coloration of the hut is beginning to disappear.
As if the magic is being dispersed.
Yes. Because it was like, what was it, like an indigo or something?
Yes.
I would like everyone to roll initiative, is what I'm saying.
I'm like, I'm gonna go wake up Jason, but okay.
Let's see if you can get him up in time, because this is in the moment you suddenly notice it go away.
Definitely not.
And you're pretty low on the initiative. Oh boy.
Fuck.
Okay.
Oh, horn.
Could get ugly. Okay, where am I?
Vaughn is so against us taking a nap in this
Okay,
town.
Vaughn is up as well, and he hasn't ever gone to sleep. I
Yeah,
guess
he's just kind of there.
Yeah, he's kind of waiting, ready to protect you guys.
Mhm.
Carrick, you're surprised. Iko is surprised. The magic of the hut vanishes, and then immediately after that, let's get them on. You actually hear a voice that suddenly echoes from that tunnel beyond, and it sounded like some sort of incantation. And that's all you can make out. The next thing that happens is a couple of footsteps. They're very light, come around the corner, and you see a haggard-looking figure hunched over. The last light of Carrick's coin reflects off of the coins in her eye sockets, and you see a grinning, maniacal expression on one of the night hags as they come around the corner. She's going to look into the little area here. And Ignir, you're the only one who's awake at this moment. Perhaps we stop you in your tracks. Let's cast Eye Bite. Eye Blight. Eye Bite on you, and I'd like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
I would love to. Do I get bonuses for being near Ezra, or is she asleep?
You
so
do, even though Ezri's unconscious. I guess they're piled up.
Well, I have 19
Ooh,
for
that is a pass and a half. You see the creature before you begin to scratch and claw at their own wrists, and as they flay their own skin, they then waft it towards you as if it was some sort of gas. And then she pulls away one of the coins in her eyes, and it's not something you get to see because you're racked with sudden hideous visions of someone coming up behind you and snapping your neck. But then you suddenly kind of like shake it off, realizing it's nothing more than in your mind. And just as it ends, she puts back the coin in her eye. No wonder, not knowing what was truly behind that socket, it is unaffected. You are unaffected, but you can see she's like still kind of grinning, but now frowning at the same time. Oh shit. Well, that failed. We're gonna go to Rufus, who's technically up and awake, I guess.
Rufus is going to hop on over to this little red button.
Okay. He wants to press it.
He tilts his little head. And instead, he goes onto Carrick's big old green dome and starts pecking away.
Dome. Okay. Carrick, in that case, you are awoken in this moment suddenly as a pecking alerts you. Oh god. Okay. Anything else?
Only much he can do.
Okay. All right. That's gonna end Rufus's go then.
Oh shit! I misread
Oh,
the
boy.
initiative tracker.
Yeah, I've got it up. Should be able to see it. All right. Another hag rounds the corner. This one accompanied by a hiss. And she is clearly bagged over her head. This is Baggy Nana. She has been a recurring guest of your party. She's going, or yeah, accompanying your sleep once or twice before. She's coming in here, and you can actually see there seems to be. Oh wait, not Baggy. Baggy seems to be holding some sort of scroll that is turning to dust in her hand. But that's kind of hers. She just backs away. It's actually the sound of bells that come around the corner, and the sign of a wispy smoke trailing from her eyes and nostrils and ears. This is Peggy Deadbells. Ah, she turns, sees you, Ignir, and she whispers something to Widow Groat. Groat, did your spell fail again? And she turns and goes, "Yes, but I thought you told us it was the Dragonborn who was weakest in mind." "It is, but it seems he may have just got lucky." "Well, he's going to wake up the rest anyway. We might as well give them. You might as well give them a real shocker." She's going to step in and begin to cast a spell before you, Igna. Like again, she doesn't do it with a normal arcane means. Carrick, you're awake and you would have your reaction as well as at this point. For her, though,
I don't
it seems as though
think I
she
have her.
pulls a tooth free from her mouth, and there seems to be a wire attached to it. And as she grips the wire, you suddenly see electric shoot through the tooth, and she aims it towards you, Igna. I don't suppose you got any counter spells.
I mean, not unless sleeping for 2 hours qualifies as a short rest.
Nope, you have to choose that you're taking a short rest, I'm afraid, instead of
Yep,
taking a
I have
long
counter
rest.
spell slots.
In that case, Ignir, Carrick, Esri, please make me dexterity saving throws.
Sleep.
Can we add something? Oh shit. Oh god.
You can add Esri's.
That,
Fuck.
oh my god.
Oh no!
Okay.
But hey, +5.
Yeah. Wow. That
Okay.
is. We don't, even if we added up all our totals, I don't think we'd make it past.
That's a 9.
Streaking across the room is a bolt of concentrated lightning, and she's still holding onto the tooth as it emanates this shock. 26 lightning damage to anyone who all of you, I guess. Yep.
Mhm.
I'll take 13 because of Vorn.
You take 13 instead, yes. And at this point, if you weren't awake before, you are now. And everyone is alerted as the streaking lightning disperses into the room. Okay. One thing I also need to do is roll some random d10s. Don't worry about these. Oh, fuck. These are actually helpful d10s. Ouch. Yeah. Okay, and that one. God! Get out of my head, not now! And that's going to be her turn as she backs up down the corridor. And Ed, yes, and you are surprised this round, but you're at least conscious. You now have your reaction. Esri was surprised. Ignir, you were surprised as well, but because you rolled so bad on perception. You will have your reaction now, technically. Vaughn is up. It's actually his turn fully this round.
Can Vorn get in there? I mean, he's
He
gonna want
can get somewhere in there. He's going to go to here, which is going to cost him only like 5 foot, 10 foot, and then past there is difficult terrain. So let me just check.
Does he? I mean, yeah. If he can't get
that's
within
as far
range,
as he
he's
can get.
okay. So he'll dash to try to get to there.
Okay. All right, he squeezes on in. We just where he was. 5, 15, 20. I think he can actually get there and without having to dash, just by looking
Okay.
at it. Yeah, I'll let him get there.
Great.
It's only like a small corridor there. If he
And
does
so
want to
that
take a
is-
multi-attack action, you
He
can do.
will definitely like to do that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oof,
Yeah.
not great, Vorn.
11 misses.
Okay.
What was the plan with the big robot again? He hits hard. The other ones are saying, "Oh yes, enfeeble it, enfeeble." Ah yes. Okay, let's go down the turn order. It's Carrick.
Okay. I will. I'm going to bump out a spiritual weapon.
Mm-hmm. Let me grab that.
And Oh, actually, no. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take that back. I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay. All right.
Had not done in a
Guardians
while.
instead.
So a bunch of pages swirl around, and I'm just gonna rush up next to Vorn. So no spiritual weapon, just Spirit Guardians.
Okay, just Spirit Guardians.
Uh,
That is gonna immediately.
So that's
Well, actually, it's on the start of their turn. They have to roll Wisdom saves, so
yeah.
that's coming up shortly. Anything is a bonus action. Is that
Isn't
your
it?
go?
I think that's just I think it's an action.
It is, yeah. But
Yep, that's my turn.
that's you. EQ is up. She's immediately gonna cast Bless. I think she has some left in her. Yes, because she was gonna do it in the other fight, but didn't. Okay. Get that up. It says, it's the damn hags. Don't worry. I will steal our minds against their magics. And I'm gonna cast it on Carrick, because you're at the front there. I'm gonna cast it on herself as well, just in case. Keep the bless up on herself. And I think put it on Ignir as well, because she just heard them say about Ignir being the weakest of mind, so he needs a little extra help. So Carrick, Ignir, and EQ are blessed. Okay, that's going to end her turn. It is Baggy Nana's go. Okay. And she is peering around the edge here and says, "Thought you could have a little nap. Yes, we were tipped off. Tomb dwarves do come by the control room pretty often, you know. It's called the control room for a reason." She's going to peer in to see Carrick there from her angle.
She was in.
and
She was in
Field
15.
She is not
No.
in 15 yet. No.
Sorry.
Goodness. It's alright. No worries. Let's see what she can do. Ugh, these scrolls leave so much ash on your hands. You can see her like dusting it off. Right, let's get to work, ladies. She's going to cast. Ooh. Polymorph? No. Oh, person. Disrupt him. She's going to cast Magic Missile on Carrick.
I'll cast Shield and fully negate all the damage.
Damn it. Okay. All right. Yep, that works. You see all the missiles, all the books of the page, or the pages of the books rather, form into a shield that just buff it and stop the magic missiles from ever connecting. All right. Curses. Okay, then she's gonna back away after that.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go to Widow Groat, who's up in the face of the Shield Guardian. It's a bit cramped in here, a bit cramped.
Wisdom save for her.
Yep, let's do that. Wisdom, save.
Excellent.
3. Oh, wow, natural
So
1.
that's,
Okay. Taking 14.
14 radiant damage.
Ouch. Okay, and her speed is halved here. She's also concentrating, so I need to roll a con save. Ah, shit. She is instead. Ooh, God. Okay. She hasn't done hers yet. Oh, look! They all stayed lined up for us. Perfect. She will also pull a strange tooth from her mouth, a wire attached to it, grip it and aim the tooth in your direction.
Counterspell.
She seems to be casting a spell. Sorry, what was that?
That was counterspell.
Okay, you can counter it.
Yes.
It's only because you saw it the first time that you realize what's about to happen. That's not needed to be rolled. You just
Yeah,
counter it. It's all done.
Cropped up on the.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Otherwise, you wouldn't recognize a spell of this nature. It seems they have their own weird hag coven magic of doing things. It doesn't look like traditional somatic components. This counters and just in the nick of time. And instead, you see her tooth crumble and break away. There's a snapping noise as the wire comes free from her gums, and she lets out like a scream, like "Ah, that hurt! Ugh, God, screw this! Move, dead bells, out of the way!" She
Or
can
I'll
make
take
an
an
attack of
opportunity
opportunity.
attack.
Yeah, go ahead. She's gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Ah, god damn it. Rough. Nope.
Okay, she bats it away and is out of the picture there. It is Rufus's go.
Rufus is gonna head on out and then fly up high. I'd like to get a bird's eye view of the situation.
Okay.
It's gonna get
These
up as
tunnels
high as
are
movement will
quite
allow.
short. You can see all three of them are here and they're present. And I'd say in addition to that, now that you've come into this little hallway, you can see that there are also 3 tomb dwarves readied with crossbows in this
no,
little
Roof.
corridor here. Oops, fuck. My bad. There are 3 tomb dwarves set up here in the cog. Crossbows held ready.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll them onto initiative.
I have Rufus tucked back in then if this place is kind of small.
Okay. Can do. Yep.
Yeah, can you
Sure.
try- There you go. And that's Rufus's turn. Just do a little scout.
Okay, no problem. Peggy is up. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. We're
Carrick is
going
just like
to-
defiantly staring at her.
She's going to try and back away, but of course she does start in your Spirit Guardians, I think. 15.
I think
She's just in it.
just. So wisdom save.
Yeah.
Nice. Do you want me to roll the same? Do you want to take the same damage or?
By round, we'll do damage by round. So this
Okay,
round
that's
it does
14.
14. Okay.
Radiant.
Instance. Okay, and you got shield up still, haven't you? Yeah. Okay. She's also going to back away. And don't worry, I'll keep that thing in its place. Can Vaughn make a wisdom saving throw?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, Ford.
I'm guessing he doesn't get. He's too far away from.
Too far.
He
yeah.
is, I'm
Oh,
afraid.
rough.
Okay. Once again, you see some very strange. Probably pulls out some sort of like newt eye in her hand. She grips it and squeezes it, and as it pops, suddenly Vaughn freezes up. Let me just check. Wait a second. One second. Okay, that doesn't work. What is it? Timer? Let's go check something on Vaughn. Plasma killer. Okay. So he is. He looks like he's sickened, effectively. Yep. It's a weird one, but it works. You have no idea. One, like, he suddenly like looks down and he's almost like juttering and shuddering at his own hands. You have no idea what he's seeing, but it's not good for him. He has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. At the end of his turn, he makes another wisdom save to see if he succeeds. Okay, that's it. He's going to back away after that. And that's her go, I think. Yeah, keep going. They're holding their action. Yes, and you're up.
I'm going to tuck on in here. So, as far as I can tell, they don't have line of sight. And I'm going to throw... Whoa, hello. Sorry, I have to refresh. I just clicked on it and all of the tokens disappeared.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't let me place my template.
Okay, odd.
Okay, I'm back. Spell book. I had one. That's so weird. If I cast this spell, it busts my... Okay, something's bugged. 2 seconds. Can I do it as the observer?
No problem.
Yep, no, bugs the observer as well. That's so weird.
Odd.
Yep, 2 seconds. I'm gonna have to...
Okay, we'll come back to him in just a second then. Esri, what have you got planned coming up?
That's a really great question. Well, I know what my bonus action is going to be.
Uh-huh.
We're just going to do a little turn the tide. So everyone gets 9 hit points if you're under half.
Plus your charisma, yeah, 9
What
now.
the
Wow, that's
hell?
good.
So
Okay, that's yes, and as well. I'll just add that to him. Healing. Yeah. Nice.
okay.
My templates are being super weird. I think that's all of them. And I would like to cast Vitriolic Sphere.
Oh, okay. God.
So they need to make a dexterity saving throw, taking 10d4 and then 5d4 next turn. So 34 on this turn if they fail.
Okay. Let's get through those. Looks like Tomb Dwarves didn't see it coming. They take almost... two of them are almost completely disintegrated. One of them does seem to find cover and backs away into the corner. This room actually once did have acid pouring into it. So,
And
yeah,
the
he
ones
does
that
get back
failed
up.
are taking another 15 on their next turns.
Is at the start of their turn.
At the end of its next turn.
At the end of their next turn, okay. Plus... Okay. As for the hags, let's see here. Deck saves.
My templates are being super weird. Sorry, I can't delete that.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Oh, so oh damn.
Okay. Peggy Deadbells does dodge out of the way, and she's got a concentration spell up, so that helps. She just takes 17. Is it 17? Yeah.
17.
And she's going to make a con save. God damn it. Okay, Vaughn is no longer under that effect. She is having a good day. The other two take 34. Yeah. I thought you said they were almost out of spells. Yes, almost. That's what almost means. Not quite. They still had one, probably. Alright. They are severely damaged by the look from that. To end your go?
That is the end of my turn. Yes.
Okay, Esri, you've done the bonus action. Is there anything you want to do as an action?
Yeah. I think I'll be able to. Yeah, where am I going to be able to get to? Right. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to have a brain moment, and brain does not. So actually, fuck it, I'm gonna just need to use my short bow. I can't get close enough to be able to throw javelins at them, I don't think. Because I'd need to get to here, but this... Yeah. 4-0.
Yeah, it's up to you what you want to try and do there.
Is Vorn difficult terrain?
Vaughn is a large creature, but he's not difficult terrain, no.
In that case, I could get to there then.
Okay. As soon as you get to there, you can go ahead, move your token.
Yeah. Bonk. Oh, yeah. You don't
Yep, as soon
appreciate
as you get
superior
there,
archery
3
skills.
crossbow
Yep.
bolts. Soup, soup, soup,
There it is.
fire
Oh,
towards
no.
you.
Nope.
Nope, nope, nope. Jeez, alright. Yeah,
What? You're a monster.
21 AC.
good job someone sleeps in their plate mail, it seems.
If
We
she is
never addressed that.
paranoid at this point,
Yeah,
probably.
You bring up your shield just in the nick of time to see 3 bolts, yes, basically ricochet off of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a bonus to not being able to doff your armor. So, anyway, that's as far as I can move.
Are you cursed?
Me? I'm not
Hmm?
cursed. Anyway,
Okay.
who's looking a little bit more fucked up?
I would say Widow Groat, because she took a punch to the face from Vaughn.
Good boy, Vorn. Okay, in that case, we're gonna chuck a javelin at her.
Okay.
Bonk. Oh no, I didn't mean to hit everyone. Dear God, I'm so sorry.
Alright, I'll undo it all. That's okay. So good, so good. Try again. Wait, what did you get? 28. That's fine. I'll just do the 7 to her. Nice. Okay. Whack. Straight into the
Excellent.
face. Ugh. Gone through like her face, like one cheek. She's like, oh, my good cheek.
Can you smite on a ranged attack?
No.
You can.
No, that's
No, no, there's no such thing as a ranged paladin.
I swear you can swipe with
Heck.
javelins.
No,
No.
melee attacks only.
Can you smite with javelin? No. Damn it. I could. Well, if I didn't use my bonus action, I could have used a different type of smite. But it's cool. I'm just gonna throw another javelin at her because fuck her.
Yeah, that always works. That does work.
22
7,
fine. Yeah.
9. Ow. Okay, that. Let me just check. The javelins aren't magical anyway, are they?
Yes. I believe so. No?
Wait, yes.
I don't
They're
know.
not like
No.
+1 javelins, are they? No. Okay, cool.
No, they're pleb
So-
javelins. Damn it!
In that case,
Fucking
you
ass.
see that as it like lands into her flesh, another one, she's like, ah, These are always a nuisance to get out, aren't they? And you can see her like yanking it free from her flesh, which would, to anyone's normal body, would be a grievous wound. But it seems like she doesn't seem to suffer the same horrific wounds. They're not even bleeding that much. The flesh kind of seems to like be spongy almost. Okay, that's gonna end your go.
Yeah,
Gonna
that's
go
that's
to
that's me.
gonna go down to Ignir.
Well, I'm going to attempt to get in front of everybody for some reason.
Well, it's a good job Ezra did that first. Okay, so you can get to here.
And then I'm going to thrust out my hand with the ring and attempt to cast Cone of Cold.
Why is the ring bearer still alive?
That's your
Um, It may be our fault, but it's not going to be our problem. And she waves her hand in the air, and with the other hand, she snaps off one of her nails and casts Counterspell.
Is it at a high enough level?
She has got a high enough level to do this. She'll do it at 5th level. Yep. And in the moment you bring out the ring, the actual ring finger, the little claw on the end of your hand, also it simultaneously snaps off through some weird magic. And in that moment of pain where you're like, feeling it, like it goes off to where the bone is, right? Painful as hell. That stops your spell.
I hate hags. And then I just slump against the wall.
Okay. Vaughn.
Okay, so Thorn, can he get to Widow Groat?
Yes, probably. Wait, let me check. 5, 10, 15, 20. You can get to here. But not quite. Not quite.
So he's where?
Where was he before? Here. And he goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's 15 foot, which I guess becomes 30 because of his squeezing. So he's at
Mhm.
he's 5 foot away from Widow Groat.
Okay, yeah, he's just gonna split the difference and just get to like, just for convenience, I'll put him there.
Okay.
I'll dash.
Yeah. You squeeze through the gap in between their formation. Come up from behind them. Okay, one of the Toon Dwarves, who is still barely alive, does try to take a pop shot at Ignir before he melts away. That is a hit. And he loads up another one. And as he falls towards the floor, he pulls the trigger and misses and melts away in the acid. It is Carrick's go.
Carrick will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's just gonna rush up next to Vorn.
Okay.
And look for spells that he has, which is cool. He's going to he's gonna toll the dead on Groat.
Groat, she is looking weak. And she says, "Dead bells, do something!" And she will also reach behind you, Carrick, and snaps off one of her nails as well to cast Counterspell.
Okay.
I'm just gonna undo that. Thanks, sis.
Carrick will kind of look over at Dead Bells, and then he's with his bonus action, he'll cast Spiritual Weapon.
Sorry.
I'm not that kind of wizard.
You're up, Nana. This is yours. and suddenly you see the snake like whoosh towards you, and she too is going to snap off her nail and cast counter spell. That's all
Great.
3 of them,
Awesome.
denying
That's
you
perfect.
of that as well. Put that in the bin. She says, "Oh, I'm sorry. What was that fuss all about?"
That was the wrong decision, Carrick says.
EQ is up. He looks around the corner, and might I just add that both Ignir and Esri, you take
Oh,
4 points of psychic damage, and I think as well as Carrick. As you came out of that chamber and walked across the slime, it's still written all over that corridor. So Esri, Ignir, Carrick, you all take 4. No,
Nope.
not 14.
I'm sorry.
I never walked.
You're good. You never walked.
yeah,
That's
you don't
fair.
walk.
Ignir is levitating. That's fair. Okay, but I'm afraid, Carrick, I need you to roll a concentration check for the Spirit Guardians.
Concentration check. Oh dear, it's gone.
Oh,
Shit.
that is. You have Bless.
No, it's not gonna.
You might.
Uh,
You're gonna need to roll a
Okay.
4. It's a 1 in 4 chance. That's a 4.
Fuck
There
yeah.
it is. It absolutely matters. So, goodness, you see visions of beyond. Those 3 stacked eyes of red glow into your mind, and as you're witnessing some otherworldly truths and secrets of the world, you suddenly see a pair of wings try to buffet them away, and you hear a hiss from Iku in her kotal form protecting you. That was close. Spirit Guardians is still a big threat. Iku's going to look down the corridor. She's cast her spell, so she's going to turn into Kotal and fly into the fray with her 90-foot flight. And try to corner them, flank them, anything that can put you guys in a better position. There you go. She's there. Back to Baggy Nana's going.
oh, that's a wisdom save.
Yeah, wisdom for her.
Nope.
That's a fail, right? Oof. Okay, you can roll a new set of damage dice. So this will be
17.
this round. Ow.
Radiant.
She is actually looking kind of hurt from this, as it's starting to shred and tear away at the bag. Kind of brings up her face, her hands to try and cover where the holes are being ripped. And you swear for a moment you see water pouring from the bag, and even the snake seems to recede back into the little hole. It's just its forked tongue poking out now. She says, "Once again, they have proven a bit much for us. Our goal is not to kill them here. It is to protect the cradle. Back, sisters. Back to the cradle." And she is going to go ethereal as part of her innate spellcasting. Yeah, so what everyone sees is probably Baggy Nana pull fully back into the bag, and even the bag starts to become sort of transparent, threadbare, until eventually it disappears from sight. Gone. Widow Grope being the most injured of them all. Oh, yes, I have no protest against this.
She
2
makes a wisdom
dwarves.
save.
I'll leave the rest to you. Yep, she does.
17 damage. Radiant.
Oh, she is barely up.
Ah!
Time to leave. He's gonna, sort of roll away. Roll into the ethereal plane.
How did she do on that? What one made the save on the acid?
You're right, actually.
2 of them
It
didn't.
is.
11 more
didn't.
acid.
So she takes 11 more. Was it 11 or 3 was 15, I think?
15.
Either way, she's left
Is it
on 7
half?
HP.
No!
Yep, she's gone. And in that moment, as she rolls out of the
Yeah.
material plane, you see some of the acid sort of just
Ugh.
fall away. with her skin in tow. Ow. And then finally, Tomb Dwarf, this guy, he's the one who did save. He's going to rush in towards you, Carrick, and
That's
just try to be a nuisance whilst...
Just to,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
oh, wisdom save.
Yeah, never mind. Let's see if he fucking even lives.
Yeah, that worked. But so
Yeah, he does.
8.
He's been given an
Darn.
order, and he's going to follow that till death. He's going to immediately
It's
try
like
to
8
life drain you.
8 radiant.
8 radiant, okay. Does a 20 hit you?
It would. Yeah, that would.
It would. I need
It's
to
even
make a
with
con
Vorn,
save.
even with Vorn's reaction. Yeah.
So just roll me a con save. There it is. You do pass. So your life isn't permanently drained, thank God. You took a bit of necrotic damage, and I need you to roll another concentration check. See if these actually manage to break it. Nope, nope, they're not good. Okay. Down to Rufus.
Rufus is going to give. Not really much he can do. Ezra the help action. If he can get there. Balls.
You can. It just helps out Ezra. What? Don't leave me. Can't even cast my spells without... I mean, this was all part of the plan. Just giving you a little lullaby to lull you to sleep. And she takes a bow, and the mist emanating from her ears and nostrils begins to pump out a tremendous amount of gas, finally encompassing her in a cloud. And as it disperses, you don't see Peggy Dead Bells anymore in the room. The last Tomb Dwarf tries to get a shot on... let's get a shot on Ignea from here.
Just wouldn't be doing my job. It was if it's Peggy wasn't
She did.
within 17 of dying.
She wasn't, no, but
Okay.
I'll
never mind.
say...
Or 17
she-
plus 15 from the acid.
So even with
that
that,
fails.
no, she would be bloodied at that
17
point.
radiant.
She would be bloodied, but you do not bring her down. Not with that. She is out of there. And with that, the last 2 shots fire before the Tomb Dwarf melts away. They're going to go at Ignea. Miss. Miss. And it looks like he's lost his legs as he's trying to fire these. And he just falls onto the ground, bubbling and broiling away. That will end his go. Down to Yasin.
Get eyes on the Tomb Dwarf. Where are you? Can't see you. Yeah.
He's in there somewhere.
Yes, I had a shot on him earlier. Ugh.
You could see through Rufus's eyes.
Yeah.
Oop, stepping in some slime.
Can you cast a spell through Rufus's eyes?
I can if it's
You
a
can-
touch spell.
Yeah. Okay. 20, 16. Oof. He barely falls back. Still breathing, or well, not breathing rather, but he's still twitching and moving. And Ezri, I think you can probably get to him and finish this. Yeah. When I move up to him, you can do. And you
Yeah.
can end this fight.
Bonk. Just.
You have advantage. And
Oh, I
with
have
that, yeah, because Rufus, but finally
Okay.
bringing him down, slicing down his front.
Not.
He looks like his flesh. Yeah, his flesh was made easy to cut thanks to the acid, disintegrating most of his outer layers, and he just chopped down, ending the dwarf's life. He's going to end combat and end their attempt for tonight.
Ugh.
You are free to try and get past the slime again and back to your little hidey hole.
Born, carry me. That was so
Desiree,
rude.
hop on the shield.
Yep, kept coming.
Oof.
Leon over. Let's go try and take a nap.
Yep. Go. Bye. There we go. Done. I thought you cast non-detection, Carrick. But I guess
Yeah, it still works for eyes.
how did they know we were here? Damn it.
Yeah, 6 more
Uh-huh.
seconds, and that would have really been a different.
With that, you guys can complete a long rest. An easy
just
one,
gonna-
potentially.
I'm gonna cast silence into Vorn, so he can has that and I'll
Sorry.
when he's with a trigger for when he sees the hags again to cast it.
Grope got inches away from dying. But now you know just about how hardy they are. You've seen some of their spellcasting capabilities, and they've seen yours. I think next fight might be even more entertaining.
Can I have scooped up my javelins?
Yeah, you can. Yep, and you've learned that they are resistant to non-magical piercing damage,
I lose a hit point.
as
Done.
does Yasin. But you live through the night, and in the morning, the slime has seemingly been clogged up, and you can hear the pipes. It's like a muffled gurgling sound coming from there. But having blocked them up, you don't have to worry about any of that. And the tiny hut times out as everyone is awake and feeling rested.
So the tiny hut's actually up for another few hours, right? Because it lasts for 8 hours. But
Yeah. So Yasin will be awake for the first 4, but then you guys would come to.
we have to
effectively when it runs out.
we that didn't just it fully. We have to reset the sleep.
That's true. Actually, no, you don't get interrupted unless you're casting spells for an hour. So yeah, you do just finish it, and you do have about 2 to 3 hours left of the tiny hut. Yeah, you're right.
Cool, because that might be good to keep the tiny hut up while we experiment with the control panel, because it's the way I don't think the door can close with it open like that, with it covering.
Maybe not. Okay. So yeah, you have 3 hours left on the hut. You're all awake. You're all rested. Prepare the spells that you need. If you 3 of you prepare spells now.
Yeah, Carrot kind of snaps shut the wizard's spell book and kind of tucks it away and kind of gives a little flex of his fingers and says something nerdy to Yasin in some I'm trying to think of it. He'll touch his forehead and look at Yasin and cast message and say, "Hey, I learned how to do this." one more thing in your head.
That's true, actually. What spells did you guys pick for your level up, Mr. Wizard and Cleric? Oh, big ones are nice. Okay, and Carrick?
I took message, minor illusion, true strike, because I'm going to make it work. Absorb,
Sorry.
absorb elements, detect magic, featherfall, magic missile, protection from evil and good, and unseen serpent.
Very nice package. Spells, that is. And Ignat, did you get a new spell?
I did swap out my synaptic impulse thing for Cone of Cold, which feels real good right now, having the ring and actual Cone of Cold.
Cool. And then finally, Ezra, you must have acquired some sort of new divinity.
What did I get? That's a really good question. What did I get? I feel like I got an extra spell slot. Did I get an extra spell slot? How did paladins work? What did I get? I'm sorry, I know all of my spells. I don't need to know this. Okay,
That's cool.
I'm sorry.
Level 10.
Aura of courage. Aura of
Oh,
courage
that's right.
is what I thought.
That's right. Fantastic. Nice. Okay. So the control panel in front of you. I'm just going to give you that art again one last time, just as a nice refresher. There are 2 dials, red and blue, 2 buttons, red and blue, and 1 star-shaped lever. It is very Sailor Moon. Let me find. Let me find it. Da-da-da. Yeah, here we go. You already know what the red button does. But here we go. The 4 other devices, no clue. And the identify didn't give you any more information. Just that there's some sort of magic that suffuses both it, the cogs, and even that chain. Almost feels like an otherworldly power is being funneled into it. Something that feels too right, too orderly. The weave is not supposed to be so perfect. It's supposed to be more of a chaotic magic that's harnessed. Feels like someone straightened every single thread of the weave to work this magic.
I think we're gonna. Should we try one of the dials instead of the button? Because I think that's gonna move this little light that's above here.
Yeah.
Wongo says, "Let's go there, just smash it."
Wongo, not the time.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, so you grab the lever and you snap it, and then you grab the mace and you punch the buttons, and at this point, I think Kubazan and Ontu and Moa all immediately in unison, because they're unified now, but they all just say, "Shut up, Wongo!"
Look, Wongo, we're gonna get to smash other stuff. It's gonna be great. This is not a smashing thing.
Aw. Okay. Go on then. Figure it out. I'm waiting.
All right, blue or red? We did red last time, right? Not with the button, but maybe the red is for the door. Red door, like red shuts it, and maybe the dial moves it up.
I think we're just gonna need to touch something and see what it does.
Oh, here we go. It begins. The the button, pushing it, seems to orientate the cograms. Wait a minute. Crystal is lit. Nothing happens, actually.
I move the blue.
Nothing
I move the blue dial. I move the blue dial to the left.
Okay. To the left, as you've pull it, you feel that there is actually some resistance to turning it, as if there's some sort of spring in the dial that, when released, would snap back to its position. The blue dial begins to change the light, the crystal on the wall, and as you turn it to the left, it highlights configuration number 2.
Okay. Oh, sweet. This is.
But
I'll
nothing
push the
seems
dial.
nothing
one
seems
more
to
to
happen
the.
aside from that. Okay, you turn it again
Push the
to the
dial
left.
once more to the left. Yeah.
Okay, snapping it to the left, it springs back, and configuration number 1 is lit up.
Pull the lever or push the button?
Let's try the button.
Blue button.
Pushing the which button? The blue one?
Blue.
Yeah.
Okay. Pushing the button begins to orientate the cogs, and you hear that tremendous grinding noise, the sound of tons and tons of machinery all at once churning into action. Clunk, 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 clunk. And of course, you can see that tunnel changing in front of you. Let me go grab that real quick. Meanwhile, my music. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, nice sounds. Spooky.
Okay. Once the cogs have come to a standstill, you can see the new formation in place. The walkway no longer leads to a tunnel, but instead leads to like a flat wall.
Okay. We. Okay, so if it's a blue dial, if I think it from to the right twice, will it go back? Will it start glowing the 3, position 3?
Yeah, you highlight 2, and then flicking it again highlights configuration number 3.
And then blue button.
Blue button. Okay. Let me do this again. All right. Okay. And after that, it has indeed resumed back into the normal starting configuration. You can see the tunnel before you leads into the the same cog.
Okay. Well, after staring at this all night, I think if we can. So we'll push the dial 2 to the left to get to the position 1.
Okay.
And then we don't press the blue button. And Carrick says to the group, so if we go into the middle cog and something or someone pushes the blue button, then that should be able to get us to the 3rd cog. Right? I could be terribly wrong about this, but. And could Rufus, if we're in the middle cog, could you do Rufus? Or do we have other options, I'm sure. Isn't that right, Mlam?
I've never been down this far, so I'm not sure. But don't put me anywhere near that slime. It looks nasty. But Yeah, I'll come with.
Okay, we take him. Can Rufus reach or Ignir? You have something you could do, right?
Yeah. We all think a giant eagle's smart enough to, handle this, right? And I will use the ring to conjure an ice giant eagle.
Okay. An icy giant eagle. Let me just have a look at the ring.
It said up to CR2 beasts, and giant eagles are CR2 beasts.
Yeah, I think they are. So I'm just reading the effect. What's it called? That's one of the following spells, or you can lower the temperature, and then there you go. Finally, create an inanimate object. Create an ice creature, 4 charges, and the ice creature can be modified with the beast range. Okay, creature has the same statistics as the beast. Follows changes. It's a construct with vulnerability to fire damage, immunity to cold and poison. Blah blah blah. The creature appears in the unoccupied space within 60 feet of you. It melts into a pool of normal water after 24 hours, or when it drops to 0. And in extreme heat, it loses HP. Okay, cool. Does it obey you?
I believe it follows my commands.
Okay. But you don't have a telepathic connection to it, not like Rufus.
No, I would have to
You can.
hopefully call out commands to it.
Yeah, it's only like 100 and something feet. Or we just say like do it in like 2 minutes.
It is only a beast, so it's not going to be very intelligent. Just want to throw it out that.
They're int 8. They're like, all right.
They're as smart as me.
Okay. All right. We grab a giant eagle first. Conjuring 2. There we go. Okay.
Can I also, if it obeys my commands, I could say, wait for a signal from someone else. Theoretically, that person being someone with thaumaturgy. I don't know if anyone has thaumaturgy.
I'm not the kind of cleric.
Does that mean you have all the cantrips?
I don't have thaumaturgy. I took True Strike.
Damn it!
Set.
The bird just kind of looks at you, a little like tilts its head. It stretches out its icy feathers, looking around the room, taking in its kind of surroundings. It doesn't understand a language as well, by the way. So throwing that out there too. It can speak giant eagle. Actually, hold on. It can understand common and Auran, but can't speak them. What the heck? All right, giant eagles.
Yeah.
Fair enough. It can actually understand. Amazing. Okay. Cool.
They're kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of let out like a. It's like a caw, but it's got an icy breath to it. It doesn't seem to sound like a word.
Cool. Oh,
It
it's such a different vibe from your Terran.
It nods. Yes, it's having a pleasant day.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll just yell out. All right, I'll have Vorn carry me
It nods
across
again.
this line.
All right, Vaughn, you can get going. He's going to take some psychic damage, but he's used to this by now. Shudder.
Yeah.
Shakes it off and then carries you through.
He likes it.
Does he?
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
Carrick, you're going to go into the middle chamber.
Yeah.
Ikuas,
All right.
Where do you want us to go? Carrick?
Everybody into the middle chamber.
Okay, right behind you.
Do we want the eagle to wait for a command or an amount of time?
Yeah, command is fine.
Wait for me to call out, and then it pushes the blue button, right?
Yes, to be very clear, the blue button. Also, I can reach it with message, I think, from here. Carrick puts his finger to his temple and says, Ignir, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, I can also, I don't know if I can telepathically talk to the eagle, but that's an option.
I
Okay.
mean, I will tell it that if it gets a command from you to follow it. Otherwise, I will tell it what to do from the middle, and I will float my way around.
Okay. It lets out a short kind of screech, and it watches you go out.
All right.
It turns to the
Pretty.
control panel.
I didn't see anything weird in the third. There's a bunch of cupboards in the next chamber. That's what we're trying to get to.
That's all you saw, and I'll give you another description of the one you're in, just so you're all clued in. The pungent stench fills this pentagonal room. The walls are covered in riveted sheets of iron, and there is a wild garden of sickly plants and rotting compost that takes up most of the interior. There's a narrow path that hugs the walls between the two exits, so all around the edges of the room. And then jutting from the middle of the garden is the 6-foot tall rusty sprinkler. In the ceiling above is the 10-foot wide shaft. It is still stained with red, leading straight up.
Okay, so yeah.
But you kind of have to like walk in. You're all kind of bunched up. I think Vaughn accidentally steps on some of the compost. Okay.
I'm
You're
pretty
all
sure.
in now.
I'm just double checking. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. We're fine. 1, 2. Yeah. Position 1. All right, Eagle, do your thing.
Okay, so you've already turned the dial to the position you want, and
Yeah.
you give the command to the eagle, Ignir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll call out.
Yeah.
Push the blue button.
Okay.
Perfect. Excellent. And
Look at this.
yeah, now we can get into the third cog.
Hold up, Garrick. Okay, let's see what else just changed in the room. Because as you look up to the north, there is indeed a new passageway that opens. And as soon as it opens, you see a smog, a cloud of noxious-looking gas filling the room. In addition, you see that there is a creature in there, lying down. They are wearing a tabard of the yellow banner, and they look like they have their arms wrapped around their neck, their eyes still wide open, their mouth agape in a death scream. As soon as you change the cogs, you suddenly feel the compost in the room shifting, contorting, and rising up from the garden. And at this point, I think I need everyone to roll initiative. Go. The sprinkler begins to spray into the room, and all of these dried up looking plants, they seem to suddenly emerge and become alive as well. Let's see what happens as these several creatures rise up. Three gigantic mounds have come to animation, and now they shamble towards you and bring down their roots. Okay, EQ is going to be up first. Oh boy. She immediately turns on one and tries to bite into it before it gets a chance to rise up any higher. That's a miss. as she's trying to bite into it, it pushes itself up and pushes EQ away. She probably underestimated its size as it kind of comes to full length. And let's continue down the turn order. It is the first shambling mound. Okay. Carrick, seems you're the nearest. It's gonna go straight for you. Slam. Ooh,
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
bloody. Okay. Crack over the
So-
back of your head. And as it
Deal
slams you, it tries to engulf and pull you closer. Another root tries to grab a hold of your neck and pull you backwards. 21's a hit. Unless
This is still normal hits.
they are normal hits.
I'll take it. I'll take 5 from that.
You're gonna wish you hadn't, because as it wraps around your neck, it pulls you in and engulfs you.
God damn it.
Carrick is not visible anymore. He is now trapped inside this creature that's pulling him in and engulfed him. You are blinded, restrained, unable to breathe, and at the start of your go, you can roll a con save or get crushed alive. That's going to end its go. Carrick, roll a con save.
Con save.
DC 14, you make it. Okay, you are not crushed. You're holding back this cage of roots and brambles, but you are unable to breathe. You have precisely 3 rounds before you suffocate, I believe. What do you want to do?
Carrick will just say, I didn't step away from the weave to deal with this shit, and I'll cast banishment on it.
Okay, let's do that quick. Wisdom save? No, charisma, right?
Yeah.
Charisma save.
No.
Is it a creature that you can see? You're blinded. Blinded by it. I'll let it fly. You can see the interior. That's why you're blind, effectively. But yeah, I'll let you describe it. How you banish this thing.
Yeah, you just see Carrick and then he's just like eaten by it, and then it just vanishes in this like little puff of like spiraling gray energy, and then he spits out a leaf and just fuck this.
Spit out a leaf. If anyone had double guessed, they would think that you ate it.
Yeah.
Okay, where
I'll
else?
spend my 30 movement to move into there.
Okay, let me check what else happens in this place. Because as you can see, that smog is pouring into the room. The Okay. 2, 3. So the thick green gas is billowed out of these. There's like skull-shaped nozzles in that room that you can see as you kind of come to, Carrick. As you run away from it, you see the gas is filling that chamber behind you. It doesn't seem to be affecting the shambling mounds as well. This poisonous gas is not really affecting them, so that's something to note. Okay, that's gonna end your go. You actually didn't start your turn in it, so you kind of helped you out there, guys. Like by eating you you didn't get a breath of this gas. As you come out, your face is still full of leaves, and as you spit them out, you're in a safe zone. So that's all good. Let's continue down. It is Esri's go. You do start in the gas though. I need you to make a con save.
Con save?
Me,
Okay.
yeah, please. Oh god,
30
there it is. Yeah.
Plus my thing, 18.
Yeah, you pass, and you take half as much damage. Paladins, I don't know if they're immune to poison yet. That's probably a monk thing.
I'm in. As far as I know.
Okay, you take 10 points of poison damage.
Ew. Okay.
as the smog fills the chamber beyond. It is your go, though.
Okie doke. I'm just going to dash and try and trigger these reactions as I
Yeah? You want to take
run
their
past.
attacks?
Yeah.
Okay. They do reach out, slamming down heavy roots in your direction. First one kind of slides off the back of your armor. The second one... Oh, the second
Yeah.
one grabs a hold of your legs, yanks you. You do fall over and take 16 points of bludgeoning damage as your head like hits the sprinkler.
Can I
you
keep
pull
going?
away. Yeah, you can pull away. You're not grappled, but yeah,
Cool.
it did just trip you pretty hard. Okay, that's your go.
That's fine.
Unless
Yep.
Okay, bonus, no bonus. Going down to where are we? Is Rufus's go. I'm afraid Rufus chokes on the poisonous gas. That is rough. Sorry. He just can't bear it. As he tries to flap his wings away, you see him just fall down to the ground. And before he impacts, he is dispersed back into his pocket dimension. It is the next shambling mound. Turns around, sees a tasty, medium-sized creature, and tries to slam him. Yasin, it's going for you. Sorry, Ezri, not you. Casting shield will block it, I think. What's your AC? Oh wow, even without blaze singing.
Yeah.
Okay, Jesus. That's a bare. A bare miss. Just barely kind of like hits onto the shield, ricochets. The second slam comes through though with his multi attack. And natural 20s, of course he does. Of course. That is a crushing blow that not even you, can avoid. But 25 points. Thankfully though, it doesn't seem to be able to grab onto you with this. It looks like it has to hit with both of these slams in order to engulf you. Otherwise, that could have been very bad. So you are... Oh wait, you are grappled. Shit. Sorry, Ezri would be grappled as well.
What?
Shit, son. Yeah, my bad. I was wondering, wait, hold on. You're right.
It says if both attacks hit, the target is grappled.
There you go then.
It
Okay,
only hit
cool.
me with the reaction.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, that's it then. Slam and hit. That's it. You can't do much more than that. It is Igne's go.
I will grab Jason by the collar and just say, "Nope," and thunderstep past Carrick.
Nice. A con save for these. Or deck.
Yeah, for me, I'll just cast it.
Mm-hmm. The blast leaves a small amount of debris as this thing is blasted away. Roll the damage.
Sorry, I don't know why I've never used that before. I was trying to. All my screen just like everything vanished. So give me 1 sec.
Oh, okay. That is odd. I've not added or changed anything. Maybe I just need to update. So it's 25 damage.
Yeah, and I'm assuming Yasin, you were willing.
Find. Thirsting.
Gagging. All right, let's get you out of there. Go ahead, move your tokens while I do the damage to these boys.
I'm just reloading the instance because it again with the
Okay.
nothing was there.
Gonna move you somewhere over there. Okay. So is it 30 foot?
90.
80?
Yes.
80?
Okay, you can position yourselves wherever you want in that room then.
Okay. I'll
As long as it's in line of sight.
appear basically right there, but then I'll keep going.
Okay. Okay, you're good. Okay, what's left? I did want to say you also needed to make a con save at the start of your go, just because of the gas. See if you take that poison damage as well. So that's Igni, and then
Yasin doesn't
it.
need
That's only
to.
Igni. Nope, Yasin's out of there. Nope.
Awesome. That's so clutch.
So just one con save from Igni, and we'll go to your turn, Yasin. Go on then. Connor, you just take your turn while he does that.
Iku had a good
Nice,
life.
okay. I'll get out. Don't worry. Or you can hold it. You can always hold it until I'm out. Just give me one moment. Okay. Just, something like that, I would assume. Yeah, you want to do it there? Okay, cool. You do need to see the point in which you fire it, so I guess right into the corner of the pentagon would do the job right there. And nice. Okay, cool. That will do it. I'll explode these two. Deck saves. They're not great. 2, a 15, they both fail. They are, however, the dryness of them is soaked by this sprinkler that's kind of like still squirting around. And you find that your fire seems to be kind of dampened by the sprinkler. They are resistant. Yeah, so they take 16 will do.
Anything happened to the gas?
Let's check. A lot of moving parts. All right,
I've played Divinity 2, so everything's on fire, I believe.
yeah, Divinity 2. Man, the combos you can pull off. Okay, the gas is poisonous to non-plants. It is con save of 13, which I still need Igni to make. Doesn't say it's flammable. No, it is not. The last thing you see as you're yeeted out of the room is that doomed Company of the Yellow Banner member. He was wearing studded leather armor. He had a sheathed long sword. I'm not going to say you can see more than that. That was about all you could see, apart from his like backpack. And you're out of the room. These two shambling mounds seem to turn around, trying to see if they can catch up to anyone, but they're called shambling for a reason. They don't get very far. 5, 10, might just try and slam up. Yeah, let's just go on for Riku. Realize she was there. So 2 slams towards her. Whoa. Oh my god, she's engulfed. That's not good. Just as she's turning to get away, seeing the rest of the party flee, she realizes her critical error. She is engulfed. Oh no. Iku. Vaughn's go. He doesn't take poison damage.
No. He will move to here, kind of look at Carrick, look back, and then just do 2 slam attacks at this shambling mound.
Okay.
Standard roll. Standard roll. Boom, boom, boom. 23 points of fist damage.
Good, good. You kind of start pummeling into the vegetation. It's going to take a long time to hack through this thing. But you're making progress. It's going to end his go. EQ must make a con save. She is suffocating, so at the very least she's not taking the poison damage, but this could be bad. Oh, she natural 20s. She's not being crushed in there. Kind of wriggling around, trying to find purchase on any kind of exit, but there is none. She's going to have to bite her way out. With disadvantage. Does make it. It's 11 points of piercing damage to it, but there's still no sign of EQ coming out. The banished creature has nothing you can do. Carrick, you're up.
Eric will pull the dead on that one.
Okay.
Damage to the dead. Roll.
Alright, nice.
So it fails. That's 15 necrotic damage.
Ignir, you took 23 points of poison damage when you were bamfing out of there. But you don't suffer it anymore at the very least. You coughing, clearing your lungs, and you're okay now. Carrick, this thing is withering away, but again, still, this thing is so hardy. Its rotting roots fall one by one, but there must be hundreds of them in there. Ezri, or do you want to do anything else, Carrick, as a bonus?
Nope.
Okay, Ezri's up.
Yeah. This is poop.
Mm-hmm.
Do. Yeah. Okay. This is fine.
Better act quick. The shambling mounds are pushing forward. I'm about to hit
Bye.
Vaughn with one.
Yeah, sorry, which one has EQ in it?
The top one.
I'm just do some ranged shit, 'cause... when?
Okay, it does get done into, yeah, it does get some work done, at least. The javelin does stick in.
Dodge this,
It's not-
EQ.
Oh god, yeah. So you may see a little slither of
I am
light,
good at-
potentially.
Um,
Okay. A second attack?
I'm going... no,
Missing.
that's... No, that's just damage. That didn't attack.
Oh, right, okay, never mind.
I am going to... my bonus action... fall to cast... Okay, cool. I can do this. Branding smite, because I need to hit it, do it before hitting something. I just want to do more damage. No, I missed!
Oh
Fuck!
no. You do still have... Next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack, so it doesn't
It's-
actually end yet.
No.
You have it left for the next turn.
Mm-mm.
No. What is this, a war cleric? Okay, that's going to be a miss, I'm afraid. You see the javelin hurl over, and it kind of like clatters off of one of the harder roots on its exterior. The other one tries to pummel into Vaughn, but finds nothing to grab onto. His metal form is too large to consume. Ignir, you're up.
Okay. I am going to run behind Carrick and then see that what everyone's looking at and shooting spells at, and I'm going to attempt to Eldritch Blast the big guy holding Iku.
Okay. See it. That is
And
miss
Left
and a
hand, left
miss.
hand.
Oh god, 2-2s. I'm not gonna cuck it. This thing is still charging forward. It's a hard angle with Vaughn in the way. Anything else? Yes, and it's you. That might do the trick. Oh yeah, that's burning it away very, very fast. It looks like it's deteriorating back into its little compost splat. Oh god. But EQ is still not able to free themselves from the heap. Okay, shambling mound. See what it can do now. These things aren't intelligent. They're gonna try and hit Vaughn.
It
Whack.
hits.
But after kind of finding no chance of pulling it in, it's gonna start moving around and working towards you guys. That's about it. Shield Guardian.
Shield Guardian is going to move, kind of interposing there. He's still going to hit. He's going to try to hit.
That was one attack of opportunity, that was all.
Great. Oh, damage. Didn't roll it. Okay, so. Why is it. Whoa, it's not supposed to do 46, I don't think. No, it's.
Yeah, I'm not sure
I don't know
what's
what
going on
happened
there. Okay.
there.
21 for 11. That does hit. I think it was.
That hits me. So, and then I hit it for. I did a 19, and I'll just I'll reroll that damage. If you want to
Oh
undo
yeah,
that,
sorry, right. The first one's a miss. Second one hit.
and then that's 10 punching damage. And then, oh,
Hold
you're
on.
dead.
What was it? 10 punching damage. Is that all it's taken this round? It didn't get hit by your natural one, right?
My first, did not get hit by natural one.
Yeah. So just 10 points of bludgeoning damage. It is crunched. And you can see its form is dragging like a trail of refuse behind it. One more good solid hit might bring it down.
And
EQ.
then Vorn will move and take another opportunity attack from that top one.
Okay. Sure. Gets it. EQ being crushed alive, tries to hold on in there with another con save. That is a fail, unfortunately. And she takes 2d8 plus 4 bludgeoning. Ouch. She's not done yet, though. She's still got a bite, and she's going to use it. It's disadvantage, sorry. Still goes through, though. How much damage did you do? 6. Yeah, it is Eco has got fangs that inject poison into its foe. And that means this creature is poisoned for check. For 24 hours. Oh god. Yep. And until the poison ends, target is unconscious? Oh my god, EQ. You see
Why
the
have you not been
shambling
doing
mound?
this all along?
She has, but most of the creatures have been undead, and they do not have that kind of. They are immune to poison for the most part. But the shambling mound, as it tries to go forward, it suddenly just collapses into a heap. That's gonna end its go, really, or rather, EQ's go.
And she's still
Danish?
stuck inside it while it's unconscious.
She is, yeah. She's trying to get out. Iku is you can see her wriggling within that mound, and it's like a chest burster about to pop. Carrick, it's your go.
Carrick will tell Vorn to grab Iku and get her out of there, and then
Okay.
cast. Seemed like it did a good job before. The Toll the Dead
Okay. That will do
fails.
it.
23 necrotic damage.
Kind of focusing your energy around that mound where it's poking out, you rot it away, and it just turns to ash, revealing an Iku covered in compost and muck. And as they rise to the top, they spread their wings and try to fly away. But yeah, Vaughn's going to maybe help them out there. It's going to be Ezri's go.
Cool. Yeah.
What if it eats her again?
Wasting those javelins, they just clatter against the roof.
I am. Damn it. Fuck.
You want another?
Weapon change. Fuck.
Sure, vote.
I'm not dexterous.
Yeah.
I'm
It digs
not
in, but
a
it didn't look like it
ranged
did.
character.
No, you're not. It's rough.
That's right. You're
Okay.
using 1,000-year-old weapons. Nobody's used that style in forever.
Before he can get away, this thing is not holding up. Oh, but Iku manages to roll away,
Not
flap up into the air, and just get out of the range of this thing. Ignir's up.
I'll just pop it with 2 Eldritch Blasts to try and distract it from Iku. Just help get out of there.
Okay. Blast him. Miss. Another 2. That's your third 2 in a row. And
Oh
a
my
natural
God.
1 to top it
That
off.
is insane.
There it is.
Oh my lord.
Dark boy.
Justin, please save us from these dice rolls. Okay. Takes. Oh, that's okay. I didn't do the damage anyway randomly, but I'll do 5 on it. There we go. Vaughn.
Heals 10. It's gonna come over here. Gonna use his action to just grab this flying snake and just sling it into the cog room.
Yeah, you can dash with EQ and potentially get out of there.
Yeah,
10.
he's gonna just be right there. He's just gonna grab her and then just like throw her as his action into the room.
All right. Sure, I like it. EQ comes flying through, reorientates herself mid-air, and takes a deep breath.
And
Okay.
then Vorn turns like then his legs stay his feet are facing the third cog and his torso just rotates back around 180 degrees just to face the shambling mound.
EQ's going to use her turn to transform back into a humanoid form. And is just gasping for air. She might use a cure wounds if needed, but for now she's just trying to avoid danger right now. Carrick.
Gonna just do what's working on that thing.
Withers it again.
22 necrotic damage.
Ezri.
Yep. I'm just gonna try again, because I don't want to get back in there, so we're just
No, I wouldn't. I don't blame you.
ping.
Wow. -1 on the dex makes it 0.
But
He
wait,
was
does
like,
a
what are you
14?
doing?
Does
You're
a
better off
14
hitting
heal
them
it.
with the short bow. And a 14 is a miss.
You're gonna heal it.
Shut up! Oh, for
Ezri, just pick up the cog and throw it at them. You possess all the strength in the world, and yet
full cock.
you insist on trying to hit them with toothpicks.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
Redemption.
charm, right?
Can't do much worse. I want to see another natural one in a row. Okay, you
Hey.
got it
There
finally.
we go.
Nice. Nice. It's whittling down, but yes, and you might need to just put it out of its misery. Firebolt, that's another hit. 5. Thing is just a meat sack of hit points at this point. It tries to hit Vaughn, fails. Vaughn, go ahead. I think we
Horn.
can
Just gonna
crush it into the ground.
standard roll. Second attack. Oh. Misses on the second one.
Okay. Carrot.
But it's 13. Carrick is going to just keep on doing what's working. Succeeds.
And then-
That didn't work. Damn it.
Ooh, okay. And then Esri. Still got that smite channeled.
We know.
It's still there. For 1 minute. Please, hit it. Oh my
18.
god, yeah. Finally, that's a hit.
Thank fuck.
Okay, you can deliver the smite. An extra
7.
7. Nice.
10
okay.
whole damage.
It was
Yeah.
all worth it.
What does it do? Roll a... Oh, there's no save, is there? Okay.
Nah. Yeah.
Alright, you blast it back. And... no, 10's on you.
Ezre's
It-
about to rage quit.
It can't get through Vaughn at this point. So, Igni, Yasin, you can do your job and finish it now. That will... There it is, the firebolt. Oh wait, after 8. That's still not enough. Eldritch Blast, maybe? Eldritch Blast will do it. As long as you don't roll 2 2s.
You said.
You're
Eldritch,
just tempting
Eld-
fate, Chris.
Eldritch Blast? I'll do it. Oh, no.
Orange is gonna get in there.
18 minutes.
Ah.
Do it myself.
God damn it!
There we go. Wow, minimum
5
damage.
damage.
5 is exactly what you needed. It had 5 HP. Done. GG.
Yay.
The last of these brutes reach up. They try to strangulate Vaughn and ping ping blast them away. As it falls back, it kind of like mulches into rot on the ground. And the strangest thing you see wriggles its way free from the blast, and it tries to bury itself into the compost, but it looked like some sort of like pale stem or sprout, whatever it was. It pulled out of the explosive blast and dug itself into the ground of the garden and vanishes away,
Ew.
ending combat.
Don't like that.
Well, that'll wake you up in the morning.
Hmm.
Who would
I guess
wake up
we-
and use a bow?
We'll go for a
We-
quick
we
break
really-
here as well. I think a good shout. So yeah, that will wake you up in the morning. And to wake up our players, I think they just need a quick coffee break. So we'll be back in 5 or so minutes. If you would be so kind, Connor.
5, 4. Good.
And welcome back. So, having narrowly escaped that chamber, the gaseous room has now filled up to the brim, but it doesn't seem to leak into here. The small gap between those two cogs and the ceiling where the cog connects seems to vent that gas enough that it doesn't disperse out to here. Vaughn is the only one left standing in that room, and Carrick, you're still concentrating on a banish spell for at least a minute. What would you have Vaughn do?
I'll just offhandedly say, Vaughn, there might have been something or someone in that little room where the gas came out of. Could you? I'm concentrating on something for another day. You could go check that out and bring anything of interest.
Anything interesting? Okay. He dong dong accepts this command and goes into the small chamber. He squeezes in and finds a figure. There is, let's see. Yeah, it is. It is a rotting corpse clad in studded leather, mouth open, hands grasping at its throat, and wrapped around one of its arms is the yellow band marking their allegiance. If he goes through the body and tries to find anything interesting, then you see that he comes back.
You probably
With
just
the whole
grab the whole
thing?
body.
Yep, sure.
That's the simpler.
Carrick, your heart sinks as the body of Lord Brixton himself, the Chimerian
man.
leader of the doomed company of the Yellow Banner, is dragged into this cog. He has a short sword, a long sword with a dragon-shaped hilt, studded leather, and it seems, yeah, the sword seems a little extra, but what else? He has a Dungeoneer's pack with all the usual stuff in there, and also tucked inside one of the pouches is a jangling of gems. And as you open up the straw pack, it is containing 6 carnelian gemstones worth 50 gold pieces each.
Oh. They say never meet your heroes. This must be why.
If it's any consolation, Carrick, I've literally never heard of this man before, so he can't have been that impressive.
Roll me a quick intelligence check, Carrick. Just
How the
because
hell
you're
did he get in there?
that's the one. Yeah, that's what this is about.
Intelligence too.
As you ask that question. Okay. The only possible solution that you can think of is if the potential that he went in there to investigate it, and Withers, or potentially a Toon Dwarf, was in the control room when he went in and turned the cog such that he released the trap and trapped him in it. Because if he went into that room and then turned the cog, he'd literally be stuck in there.
Well, I think what we have learned from the Yellow Banner is that we stay together as a group. Splitting up and independently. I mean, it was always really cool in the books because, each one's got their alternate thread and storyline and they all kind of tie together. But in reality, it seems like that's gotten them all killed.
Yes, I find when, writing books, it's probably easy to just cut out ancillary characters and really just focus down on, one thread line, get one right.
Yeah.
Iki says, perhaps they are simply a cautionary tale. They have tread the path before us so that we may know the way. And it seems as though this, if anything, lets me be grateful that we have dealt with Mr. Withers before coming down here.
Yeah, that would suck if he was messing with us while we were doing stuff.
Precisely. Okay, in this cog, I'm going to give you a description in a second. Sorry, did you say something, Casty?
No.
No? Okay.
Sorry. That was
I'll nudge the longsword over towards
Okay.
Ezri. Maybe that might be of use too.
Sure.
Yeah. I'll scoop that on up.
As you check out the blade of the sword, the actual kind of hilt itself has these kind of very draconic looking features like scaled handle, and there's like dragon teeth for like the actual edges of the hilt, and the handguard. It is interesting, but you can't tell whether it is magical or not. But at least you've got it on your person, just in case something does crop up and you need another weapon. But yeah, you've got the weapon on you. As you look around the room here, there are 5 teaked wardrobes standing against the ironclad walls. Each has a door bearing a carved image or scene. There are more puddles of grey slime that you're kind of avoiding, but the room has 2 exits, the one you just came through, and the one that leads to that strange portcullis. Seems to be made of a similar metal to Vaughn, and there are 5 look like crystals. They're red and shaped like the actual like drops of blood above the portcullis on like a metal plate. The other entrance that you did scout out is sealed off from this current configuration.
Where's the port? Can we see the portcullis?
Yeah, you should be able to move, and you can see there. I've even changed the lighting to make it look like a portcullis.
Oh, cute.
Yeah, pretty neat.
I can see the lighting change. I can't see anything there, but
No, you can see there is a passageway beyond, and there are gaps between the bars. None big enough for a medium-sized creature to fit through, though.
Unless.
this seems
But a cunning plan.
like one of those stupid traps where we have to do a bunch of things. And honestly, I think we're getting to the bottom, so we can start to use some of these things we've been holding on to. And Carrick will pull out their last arcane gate scroll and cast it.
We would like to nope.
Yes, we choose no.
I'll pass, please, Bob. All right, well then, if you're casting this and you're aiming towards the back of that hallway, creating a
There,
magical portal, and it works. The gateway
say it like
formed
that?
on the other side.
why do you say it like that? Okay. Carrick will tentatively put his hand through.
Okay, your hand appears on the other side over here.
Ooh,
Right,
that's
hop right through.
Vroom, with a strange kind of pressuring sound in the air. He just disappears and reappears on the other side.
I go.
Cool.
Woof. Straight through.
I think we're all just gonna follow.
I'll wait until everyone else is through.
Oh, okay. So Igni goes in the last. Ezri,
Yeah,
you
so I'm
make
the
it.
only one with the ability to teleport if something goes wrong.
Got it. Your gate remains up, and Vaughn is the has to squeeze a bit through. You know, he he has a bit of trouble, but it's big enough that it fits a large creature, and you're all out into the other side. There is a bit of slime on the corner here. You can carefully sidle your way around the corner there to get in front of the long staircase leading down to the hallway, filled to the brim with scrap metal. Okay.
I
We do good? I think we did good.
think we did
Yep.
good.
On the walls, you see images of rotting corpses decorating this kind of hallway. The floor is littered with the tarnished coins, pieces of armor, broken shields, and axe heads. Perhaps just other bits that you can't even recognize from potentially past adventurers. And I guess with there is some light coming from the end of the hallway. You can see a yawning archway, and it's right at the west end of the hall. And it seems to have a keystone adorned with an iron's bull skull, which bites down on an ivory ring.
Carrick will reiterate that everything that he saw in his passage through the arcane eye, and that Revi is potentially downstairs. And also, I don't know how monster rest works, but we have like 2 hours heads up on the hags, so they're still not fully long rested. So we could pull the same trick on them, maybe, that we just had pulled on us.
I'm concerned about this corridor. It seems like something that's going to draw us in and smash us up or something.
Should we mage hand in? Should we all mage hand in some stuff? See if there's like a death aura.
Yes. What have we got?
Coins. Hey, let's use one of these fancy gems. Just got.
Of the carnelian.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to chuck a gem inside, into the hallway? With your mage hand. Nothing happens. It clatters into the ground.
Well, retrieve it.
You get it back. It doesn't seem to be any effect over the gem. You kind of check it for impurities or scratches or anything. Doesn't seem to be any marks.
Carrick, you're our detect magic guy. There's got to be something here.
I'm that guy. I'll cast detect magic.
There is a aura of necromancy emanating from the ivory ring. Actually, can you even see from that far? Shit, it's the 30-foot radius.
30.
Roll a perception check. Let's see if you can see that far. Yeah, I'll give it to you. There's something about this giving off aura of necromancy. You can just barely see it. It's at the very tippity tip of your aura. I'll give that to you for free.
Is everything? I'm reading the thing you put in the handouts. This is everything metal that we're seeing, or is there?
With that perception check, you can see there seems to be some little tiny straps here and there, frayed cloth, maybe just clinging to some armor. You can see a shield that is kind of like buckled and contorted, and the leather strap on it is also withered.
reminding me of the thing that destroyed your whip. Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm worried about. I feel like it's gonna take all our stuff. All those pieces on the floor are... Bites down on an ivory ring. Can I... We're too far away to Mage Hand though, aren't we?
You are. It's on that archway right here.
Not sure I would want to touch it anyway. Permission to shoot it?
I mean, what else are we gonna do?
I shoot it.
With what?
Fireball.
Oh, fireball. Okay. All right. Okay. So your fireball flies across the room, impacts, and that is a hit. But does it seem to do anything? No. No, it does not. The ring, I'm afraid, stays in that jaw. And it doesn't look like you've left any damage on it either.
Alright, who's ready for a stupid idea?
House, are you gonna go down there? That seems really crazy.
Need to
Let's
get
try
there
shooting
somehow.
it. I mean, I know this is gonna sound like a joke, but maybe we should have Ignir try to hit it.
Okay. I see how it is. I mean,
One
force
last.
could do a little more to it than fire, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I'll launch an Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, roll to hit. You connect right on the ring, and it does let off like a metallic ding. But once again, it has not left a single dent on it. But it does seem to like rattle around on the jaw. Like it looks like it could potentially be knocked off. Your attacks from the angle that you're hitting them, they just seem to like make it swing.
Where's the little owl when you need it?
Yeah. What if it? I mean, okay. I guess the thing is, we don't know if it kills everything. Like, is it gonna do? If it's gonna do damage, or if it's just gonna bust up our stuff?
That is a question we have not yet fully revised. The gem did not
And
rot.
just here. Oh, that's true. The gem. We take a because if somebody could just, I mean, this is gonna sound weird, but we could just somebody could strip down naked.
I'm just gonna take my bag off, drop
And
my
I mean, Vaughn is
weapons.
naked.
Yeah,
Does,
but he's made
does
them out.
one count as being naked?
It destroys metal. Vorn is entirely 100% metal.
Oh, right. Yes. Apologies.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yes, you're in the process of unsheathing, unbelting, and unstrapping everything you have.
Yeah, dropping everything that is not my armor.
Okay. This takes you a few minutes.
Yeah, I've got a lot of shit.
But the only thing left that is visible on Esri is this chitin armor made from the hide of perhaps some great monstrosity of an insect. Kind of blackish in color.
You Donald Ducking it? What's going on here? Is this how much does this armor cover?
It's this isn't metal. We're
That's
gonna
right.
see what it
Yeah,
destroys.
I know you're likely to feel uncomfortable stripping off in front of the three gentlemen, but I assure you...
I can't take it off.
What?
I'm not comfortable taking it off, and we're going to see what happens.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's no need to be uncomfortable. You see,
I'm walking down the stairs.
Carrick is, I believe, completely asexual. Ignir, I think, is betrothed to some kind of demoness. I'm not entirely sure. And I'm gay as fuck. So
Down the hall.
Well, as you say this, you do see the lower half of Esri's clothing begin to fray and disintegrate away. So you see a bare-buttocked paladin walking down. The only thing that doesn't disintegrate is one, their flesh, and two, their chitinous armor remains untarnished.
This is just lazy trap design, doing the same thing again.
Well, I hope you guys aren't precious about your clothing. Oh, there's a staircase here.
Yeah, I talked about that one. That's where our friend is down there.
Maybe do something to the ring,
Yep.
and that way we don't have to lose all of our fancy armor.
yes, I
Okay.
quite like fighting in, regalia.
So
Cool.
my real question is, why did we send the only person, like one of 3 people in metal armor, down a hallway that we thought would destroy metal?
It's
We
not
have
metal.
some-
It's not metal.
It's not metal.
Oh, it wasn't metal. It was just
Nope.
clothing. Sorry.
It's chin. Yeah. So I have no trousers, but I have armor.
Yep.
I just assumed you were in plate, so I was just like, oh, like that's weird.
That's pants for our American viewers. But yeah, you can get all the way to the end of the archway. And as you get to it, you can feel a hot wind tinged with the smell of burning oil blowing down this 40-foot diameter vertical shaft. There are stone balconies, but the ring is just before that balcony.
All right.
You can see flashes of lightning. But yeah, go ahead.
Can I investigate it? Have we look first?
The chamber, yeah, if you
Oh, no,
want.
just the ring and the skull.
Oh, the ring. Okay, sure. Give me either a perception or an investigation check.
5.
Other than what my description earlier gave you, you don't seem to gain anything more. Seems
I'm
to be
gonna
a
grab-
keystone adorned with an iron bull skull biting down the ivory ring. But there is a gap between the teeth.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna grab the ring and pull it towards me. Let's try and dislodge it.
Yep,
Rip
If
out.
you do so.
If you turn that ash in here, at least survives like 30 feet away.
You pull it off, and there's no difference on your body. At least you don't feel any different. No magic has just flooded through you. In fact, if anything, the ring seems to be slightly discolored the moment you pull it off.
Does someone want to
Feels-
throw something down here?
Throw it down that shaft.
It becomes rusty suddenly. The ring. And then a moment later, you start to see it. It feels lighter in your hand. And then eventually, it begins to deteriorate and eventually disintegrate. And you're holding nothing more than a little handful of ash.
I mean, that's good enough for me. Are my clothes still on? I'm covering my junk with my hands just in case.
You make it down the hallway unscathed.
Yes.
Okay. You do
I'm gonna go
feel
back
the
for my
hot
stuff.
wind billowing from there. Yeah, you can go back and get your stuff.
Stuff.
I hope you've got a spare pair of.
Don't you worry.
Yeah,
I have spare
cool.
clothes.
You got greaves.
Stuff in here,
Yeah,
just
and
to-
that covers up.
Yep, just
You can make something out of like scintillating colors.
Iku tries to preserve your dignity and just, they just hold out their wings.
And so I just walk down a hallway with my ass out. There's no point being precious now.
True. Well, Iku tries to shove the others down the hallway past you quickly as possible. Vaughn walks past you like a blind man, just sort of like tapping the walls, making out he's completely blind, which he is. He's got blind sight up to 10 foot, but yeah.
That's kind of worse.
Yeah.
He sees everything.
Yeah, like a little scanning.
He's seen you naked the whole time. Yeah, all of you, that is. Oh, God.
Yeah, I'll need
Vaughn
a few
doesn't judge.
minutes to get all my crap back on.
Okay. I'm sure your party can give you that. Yasin, looks like you're making no hesitation and heading down the stairs.
Yeah, no, fuck that.
You can do so. Okay.
Yeah, we don't need
Fuck whatever this is.
this whole business, it'll only kill us.
Well, you don't know.
Not gonna mess with your death trap
Yeah.
lightning thing, Chris.
Yeah, that looks super. That looks super
Mhm.
like enticing. Ooh, what is that? Candy floss? Probably not.
Yeah. Meanwhile, our friend 30 feet away in a cage.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, though, Carrick. At the very least, as you walk past it, the detect magic is picking up something of a tremendous conduit. You can feel the flow of magic pouring from here. Nay, pulling from something. It is like the chains are actually connected to a vast, endless well of magic. And the chain itself is giving off that same magic you felt on the control panel, but like 100 times more potent. There are arcs of purple lightning giving off evocation, conjuration. In fact, almost every form of magic you can comprehend is being channeled through these great chains into the tomb itself. And I guess at this point, yes, into the tomb, channeling all around you into those cogs, powering it. If you want, you can give me an Arcana
Like the
check.
battery. Yeah, it's just like the battery of the.
An 18 is still not bad. The only guess. And let me check. Is there an actual DC on this thing? There is. DC. Oh wow. So DC 10. You know, the planar vortices are incredibly destructive. If you entered there, you can expect your body to be utterly vaporized. No one would survive going through one of these. That's at the very bottom and at the very top, by the way, not in the actual central shaft itself, just those clouds that you witnessed with your arcane eye some hundreds of feet down, okay? Where the chain kind of like disappears. With DC 15, the chain, you understand at this point, when you feel that magic and how it seems to be too perfect, too, I guess, ordered, all of the threads being straightened out in the weave, this can only potentially be from the plane of order itself, Mechanus. Such chains are crafted by modrons, mechanical, robotic creatures and constructs used in conjunction with other machinery to keep the plane of Mechanus in working order. And that's as much as you can tell with 18. There's the others are, that's as much as you can tell.
If that doesn't sound like a nope, I don't know what does.
Yeah. Carrick just kind of pauses, looks at it, goes, certain death, and then just points at Yasin.
I haven't even looked. I don't give a shit.
Cool.
This place
Skipping
is
that part of the model.
fucking death trap. I want to get out of here. I want to get my book deal.
And
At least you have
The hag's gonna be right here. But
I want to pick up my elf friend and be gonzo.
Rufus is
have
not
we
here.
stopped to consider that maybe it's not Ravaya in the cage?
maybe Revi had a twin sister she didn't tell us about.
I was more going along the lines of like some sort of magical clone, something that they were going to use against us.
Or a trap. I guess we can ask when we're down there.
Okay, yes, and you descend into what you can only imagine is the final level. Okay, I think everyone's on. Should be able to load in now. I'm just grabbing EQ. Whilst you are loading in, I will describe the room ahead, which Okay. All right, Garrett. Into this smoke-filled chamber, you descend. Green plumes are billowing out from the bronze cauldron in the middle of this 20-foot-high vaulted hall. Barely visible through the haze are the 3 rocking chairs, several workbenches heaped with haberdashery, a spinning wheel, and several rusty cages, which you've already peered into one of them. There are also galleries standing 10 feet above the floor on either side of the room. You can see there is a staircase that leads up to them at the south side. And at the back, there are, around the gallery, are the 5 wooden doors set into the walls, each carved with a geometric symbol, matching those on the skeletal gate at the back. A triangle, a square, a pentagon, a hexagon, and an octagon. And yes, and you're the first to walk in. What's your passive perception?
Currently, it's nothing because my Foundry won't load. Here it is.
Ah, okay.
I refreshed it. My passive perception
do
is... Oh, I can't even remember. How do I figure that out? That's wisdom.
10 plus your perception.
10 plus my perception. 15.
15, okay. Not bad. Alright, I'll just keep that in mind. So you guys, once you're loaded on, I think Carrick, you're the only one not loaded yet. Maybe just give it a quick reload.
Okay.
I'm just putting Vaughn there for now, but you're able to walk in. Okay. Been 8 hours since you saw those hags. Maybe more. But regardless, as you walk into the room, Yasin, you can hear something. Sounds like a squeaky noise. And another one sounds like a bit of straw kind of being scrunched.
Hello.
And you just hear it again in the room. Sounds like it's rotating like a squeaky wheel. You quickly dart towards the spinning wheel, but that remains completely motionless. And as your eyes scan the rest of the room, they don't see anything at eye level. Scrunch, scrunch.
Hello.
Hello?
Oh.
God.
Hello. It's me. Yasin Silvermane.
You shouldn't probably be here.
Yes, no, I figured that much. So you
You need to get away. You need to run. You suddenly see the source of this voice. There are 3 tiny figures waddling towards you, one of them wheeling itself towards you. And through the smoky haze, you see a straw doll with rusty pins sticking into its body. One of them is a stuffed monkey with a lower body of a unicycle. And the last one is the faceless child molded from clay, kind of like walking towards you like, Mama. But it's a very surreal feeling, just these little creatures talking to you. You need to go before the Stone Sisters come back. They'll be back any moment. And here they are. They're on the map now. If you look in the top right, you'll actually see the picture of them, of the art.
Ooh.
Oh.
Just a
Oh.
big note.
No, thank you.
Okay. So,
It's not safe.
yeah, no, we know. Where did the Sohn sisters get to?
They came back here through those stairs. Looked angry. They were upset.
Yeah, I bet we kind of gave them a good thrashing. Again.
Oh, it was you who injured them.
Yes.
I healed their wounds and
Sorry.
and then one of the other ones kind of butts in, and it's the clay doll. Seems to like tap 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 on the back of Straw Bundle, and then points towards the door. Oh, yes, Clay No Face says they went back there. And she points towards the skeleton gate. I'm Straw Bundle, and this is Joho. You just see like a little monkey kind of wheel forward. He's just like,
Sign magic, detect magic, pick up. Is this like illusion stuff? Are these actually the Sound Sisters?
these are not giving off any illusion magic.
Can I do something odd?
Yeah,
I don't normally do this, but I would like to try an insight check to see if these things are messing with us.
yeah, go ahead. Or an insight check.
-1.
Okay, that's not bad. They do seem genuinely concerned for your well-being, and they seem to have been hiding up until the moment you came down, and then after realizing perhaps you weren't who they thought they were, they kind of came out of hiding and tried to warn you. And they're giving you information, telling you where they are. If they were trying to trick you, why would they be telling you to like leave? They would try and tell you to like either kind of lure you in closer or tell you to go into one of the doors and perhaps pull off one of the traps. But they want you to leave because they do seem worried for you. One of them doesn't have a face nor can speak, so you can't even insight that one. But Clay No Face was the one who kind of pointed towards the door, so he kind of did help give that information as well. And as for Joho, you don't even know if they can understand you. They seem like a very primitive-looking creature who has sadly been attached to a unicycle. There is some magic about them, though. I will tell you this. One Joho is giving off a magic of. God damn it! Load for me, please. No, close. Can't. I think it's divination. Let me check. It is. It's divination magic from Joho. Play No Face is giving off an odd like magic. Hard to pin down exactly, but your best guess is necromancy. And Straw Bundle is giving off. Actually, they're giving off magic as well. Straw Bundle is giving off transmutation magic. You get all that?
I lean down and say, what are you, if you don't mind my asking?
We're dolls made by the Sohn sisters. They made us from the souls of children. Joho kind of like goes, begins coming like frantic, and Straw Bundle turns and says, I know. We want to be free of our captors. And then Clay No Face again kind of pokes Straw Bundle and points again, point towards the door. And like Straw Bundle turns and says, "The hags are in there, nursing some kind of creature that lurks on the other side. Green door, but we don't know what it is."
Can you describe it? Or anything about it?
We're not allowed in there. They throw us aside when they try to open it.
Why do they keep
We've
you?
never. Um, um, they use us. They use us to torture, to learn about the adventurers, and they torture the looky-likes, with us.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of,
And
is there what's it looky like? Is that somebody in this cage?
yeah, Straw Bundle doesn't reply, but Clayface nods. Clay No Face, and just points again to the cage. And Joho kind of squeaks his wheels away from it.
Could I insight check that as well?
You
Just
can do
after
that.
like the same as the
Yeah.
helping they help.
You can inside check as well.
Okay,
14. They don't seem to want to get near you, and well, I'll say maybe they're trying to back away from the cage. They're worried about potentially what you'll find. There's something else you've noticed is they're not mentioning the Sohn sisters' names. They seem to be just calling them the Sohn sisters. And again, they seem to have at least Straw Bundle does actually seem to have the demeanor of a child. The fact that they call it the green door, not like the skeleton gate, it's a much more like it's a much more childlike term. And again, looky like, it sounds like the same. It's something a child would say to try and describe what it is they see in there. So yeah, they are using childlike terms. It's very potential that it could be children, like they say they are. Carrick, did you say you go up to the cage?
I did.
Okay. Kneeling down again at the same one that you found last time, there is a figure inside. A heavy padlock secures the rusty cage. Inside, there is a figure cowering under a blood-stained blanket. You can just
Yeah,
about make the face out. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
I'll cast light, and kind of just kneel down, get low.
Okay. You cast light and reveal the face of one one wood elf ranger. It is Revire. And they look frightened. They try to hide themselves behind the sheet.
You see any recognition?
Hmm. They seem to be hiding at first, but you can roll an insight check to see if they do recognize you. There is, yes. They look at you, they seem to want to hide away, as not because they're afraid of you, but because they're afraid of what you'll see. Because they know that looking upon their face will affect you, will be traumatic for you.
in the detect magic, do I see this? Is like, is there any magic coming from?
Is there magic
Stuff?
coming from them? No. No, there isn't really. I would say... Magic? No. Not really.
It's not like an illusion. It's not an illusion.
No. No, there's no illusion or anything like that. They are a physical creature before you.
Sorry, we always went there. Could I use Divine Sense?
Yes. There is an undead nature buried within Straw Bundle, Clay No Face, and Joho. I would say these are undead, probably. Or
Okay.
let me check actually. 1 second.
Would that
No,
also find the
actually,
hags? They're invisible?
they're not. They're not undead. But I will say though, there's like this tiniest pinprick of undeathly aura in them. So they aren't classified as undead, but you can tell that there's something like a soul within them, like they told you. About these creatures, you do not sense undeath within them either.
Cool.
Okay, no problem.
I would say, Ravaya, is that you?
You hear a voice just says quiveringly, "You shouldn't have come here. You should leave."
Where would we go? No going back now.
Just forget you ever saw something in here. If you're
Well,
going to push on, just do it quickly. And
What
please
hap-
just... go on. Stop. She stops interrupting.
What happened to you?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I got here.
What's the last thing you remember?
I can tell you the first thing I remember. That was waking up in this cage. The last thing... It seems to pain her to try and think back. But at this point, I would say you can roll an insight check. Iku's just kind of standing there in stunned silence. She's just jaw wide open. With a 19, you can tell that maybe if they're trying to remember and they can't, potentially a sign that it's not their memories.
What was the first thing you remember?
I woke up here in this cage, naked, alone. No, wait. Not alone for very long. Others were caged as well. But you shouldn't look in them.
Yeah, we're gonna look in them.
You know who we are?
Yes. She nods with a pained inclination in her voice, almost as if she wishes she didn't.
What do you remember of us?
Everything. I know about your book deal. I know about Igneous Ring. I know that Carrick is seeking knowledge of the gods. But I don't know you. She points towards Ezri. And I know you, Iku. I know your secret.
Vorn's gonna come right over and just rip the gate off that if you can.
No! Revia says as you rip open the rusty cage. She sort of scrambles into the corner, but yeah. You can see, again, a very withered, emaciated form about them. They don't look like the strong Revia you knew in life. They're just a shadow of their potentially former self. But they are free if they wished to leave. Vaughn steps back from the cage.
Carrick will take a peek at the other two cages.
Okay. Carrick, as you shine the light over them, you see yourself as well, looking back
Ooh, no.
with a vacant stare. You see Ignir in this cage, looking pissed off, arms folded. A glare. He just glares back from the cage. And as you look around for a fourth cage, you spot one. But it is empty.
There can be only one.
One of us escaped.
Oh. Poor guy.
She points towards the cage. And you can hear Straw Bundle say, It's true. Someone did get out. He was quicker than others, I guess, smarter, maybe? I'm not sure. He figured a way anyway.
Yeah. How long have you been here?
Weeks. I can only count by the amount of times those hags have come down here and attempted to torture us day in, day out. I can only imagine that it must have been on a daily basis they did that.
And what were they torturing you for?
He looks down, her expression staring at the floor. Information about us. Your capabilities, your spells, your strengths, and more importantly, your weaknesses.
Well,
They know
haven't
what
done a
you're
particularly
capable
good
of.
job.
And you hear a voice pipe out from the corner. Yeah, that's because it's sometimes we feed them misinformation.
See, these guys are cool.
Yeah, I mean, we open the cages. Like Vorn, yeah. Vorn, please open these cages.
All right, Vaughn rips off the cages off the other two and frees both a very withered-looking Carrick and a very patchy-looking Ignir.
I don't feel like this is in our best interest.
Both of his horns have snapped
Let
off,
them out.
or maybe been sawn off. His scales have been wrenched from his body. There are blood stains all over them. Carrick looks like, almost like half zombified. You can see claw marks down his head, Carrick. Massive scars stretching from one side to the other. And you remember suddenly a small flashback as you stare into the face of this Carrick of the time you were inside you was inside a hut with one of these. You remember a clawing sensation down your head as someone drew blood. That damn tabaxi. That you never trusted them to begin with. You sent them on their way in the end. What was her name? Something
Ringing
bells?
Ringing bells.
Ringing bells. And now you remember the names of the hags talking to one another. One called Peggy Dead Bells.
Well, can a character will talk to himself and ask, are you able to do magic?
He kind of coughs. He points to his mouth. Opens it. His tongue has been cut out.
Yeah.
And that's not even the worst of it, Ignis says, as you see his arms unfold and he has stumps where his wrists should be. Well, where his hands should be, sorry.
These are a perversion.
Well, don't tell me they got rid of my moustache.
What happened to your friend? You said they got away? You're certain of this? They all nod. And Straw Bundle says, I saw them. They left the tomb. Via a smoky portal. It looked really bad. They jumped through it.
I have a lot of questions, obviously. Where did this portal come from?
It's somewhere on this level. Hard to get to.
So I'm guessing we can't just open up this door. We'll go check out the green door.
They look around and go, I think they use keys. And then you hear Joho like, "Ooh," and he kind of pulls up his arms and makes symbols, shapes a triangle and a circle with his hands. He like traces them out.
Yeah, we open up Vorn's chest cavity and just pull out the skeleton keys.
Those are the ones. And then before she can answer, you see Clay No Face goes over, like waddles over to and up the steps, and then points towards these doors and knocks on them.
Didn't you say on this, like the image, it looks like there's spots we can put in the...
On the doors, there are shapes of each key, and on the door, there are seals over the triangle, the square. Yeah, in fact, hold on. I've shown you that image already. Yeah, it's in the top left.
Yeah.
There's a big metal bar across it.
Oh, okay. So each one of those like kind of metallic shapes is like a seal, so that would get unsealed.
It's very
somehow.
visibly a seal. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, seems like we need to have a couple more doors to open.
I'm gonna open this. I'm just gonna peek in this door. Just gonna open a little crack and have a
Okay. As you open up this door, you have a view of the interior. It is a large, cracked, six-sided mirror mounted above a stone shelf protruding from the opposite wall. There are 5 unlit candles standing on the shelf, each made of yellow wax and covered with tiny black sigils. There is scrawled on the wall above the mirror, in dried blood, the words "Piggy, piggy, piggy."
I close the door, turn to everyone else and say, it's more fucking puzzles.
Damn it.
And Joho lets out a laugh.
Yasin sits down in the corner.
Onto probably speaks up and says,
Thing is within our reach, yet not within our grasp.
So, we have to solve these puzzles that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's
5.
one more door than there is puzzles. Oh no, sorry. I was counting the main door. Yep. So, solve each puzzle to get a key to remove the seal to put the key in that door.
Play no face nods.
Oh. Well, stands. Revered, my dear, and no clap Ignir and silent Carrick. You haven't overheard any of the hags talking about the solutions to said puzzles openly, have you?
Hmm. Ignis says, "We've been caged in this damn hall. Don't know. Although I will say I did hear something from that chamber." And he points to the one he was closest at. I have no idea. Hold on. Does Ignis speak? Yeah. They were speaking the infernal tongue. But it sounded like nonsense to me. Oh, yeah. Some sort of riddle, perhaps. Spin, spin, something or iron spider, something or other. Flesh and bones. Honestly, I couldn't really understand it.
Well, what door do we pick first?
Do they have any markings on them?
Yeah, there is. On each door, you can tell which one corresponds to which seal. The one that Yasin just opened was a hexagon.
I think it would make any sense to do them in an order of sides. Like start with triangle, because that was on the top floor.
Triangle, top left. And then square.
Yeah.
Sorry, actually, that's not square. Square is in the top right. Triangle, top left. Square, top right. And then this is pentagon here. Oh, oops. And this is the last one. This is a hexagon. Sorry, not hexagon. Hexagon's in bottom left. Bottom right is octagon.
We would have to do all of them, so it doesn't really matter, right?
No, we're do all of them at some point. I guess over here, crouch down in front of tiny, terrifying dolls.
Hello.
And hello.
Straw bundle looks up at you, needles where the eye socket should be.
I have so
Little-
many questions for you.
Little braided pigtails. Yes?
Yeah. First, general curiosity, how long have you been like this?
Many. A long, long time. He looks like she looks at like Joho and Clay No Face, and they seem to nod in unison. I can't tell just how long, but I've seen the hags come and go more times than I can count.
Do you...
Longer than they have. And she points towards the cages.
Where did the looky likes come from? Were they just
One of
here one
them-
day?
No, the sisters came with vials of blood or red stuff. Yeah, red stuff. And they had hair. There was a lock of hair. Like mine. And she kind of like gestures towards a little pigtail. And yeah. And a scale. And they poured them inside that cauldron there. In the big pot. Swirled it around. And they said some sort of rhyme. Like a nursery rhyme. And then Joho speaks up and goes, boom, whoa, whoa, it's and seems to sort of mimic some sort of magical effect. Spins around on his unicycle. And then Clay No Face mimics standing up, like going from a laying position, like looking up, looking around in wonderment. And then he starts to like walk forward, kind of almost in a zombified manner, waddling.
Got you.
And then they appeared. One by one.
Okay. I know you
It
said
took
you
a long
couldn't go.
time. Sorry, go on.
No, that's right. I know you said you couldn't go through the big door, but have you been through these little doors?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That one has a big mess in it. Someone needs to tidy up. And they point towards the square. And in there, she points to there. Inside is Mr. Threadneedle. He gets up to all kinds of stuff. And in there are the piggies. And she points to the door, which Yasin saw. And in there is where they like to read their riddles and rhymes. And she points to the strange one at the bottom there. I don't know what that one's all about. It's just this glass box thing. I'm not really sure. Not really sure.
Well, you seem to know a lot more than we do. Do you think maybe you want to give us some help?
Roll a
Because the
persuasion
word-
check, Revire. I mean, sorry, God.
Excuse me?
Ezra.
Don't
We can-
detonate
Revive's
my
right there.
paladin.
I looked at him.
We can get you out of here.
We'll do our best, won't we, guys? Play No Face kind of nods, and Joho shrugs. Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll hold my hand out for a handshake to the tiny doll, or like a finger. Like,
You're very brave, little one. You see Kuvazan speak. And yeah, the little doll does shake your hand. And Wongo speaks up and goes, I like Joho. He doesn't give a crap.
Yeah, obviously we like Yo-Ho.
Oh, what you trying to say?
We have a brand. We follow the brand.
Oh, yeah, right. EQ says,
let's crack into these rooms.
yeah, and I guess Moa would say,
Yes, I'd very much like to reveal. Oh wait,
I'd very much like to reveal the truth behind this strange puzzle. Okay, so which puzzle room would you like to enter first?
If there's somebody to talk to in this, and they said Mr. Straw Needle.
Mr. Threadneedle. He's in there, yeah.
She's Straw. What is she? She's Straw Doll.
Straw Bundle. In fact, let me just put their
Straw
names up on so you can see them. Now that you can see them, they are always for everyone. There we go. So if you mouse over them, you should be able to see their names now.
Yeah.
Yep, there's that. And there we go.
Carrick will give. He can't use it. Carrick will use his jug of alchemy and make a bunch of fresh water and give it to Ravaya and Ignir and them.
Okay. They seem to gather around as you pour the water, but I think you see Carrick shakes his head and turns down your offer. He looks at you with a vacant stare, the eyes of someone who has given up.
He like meets the gaze and just turns away, not caring about his well-being. As Wongo just kind of smashes inside his mental palace.
Ugh.
I have a question I really don't want the answer to, but
Yeah.
so obviously Ignir doesn't have horns or hands.
Nope.
Carrick doesn't have a tongue. What's wrong with
Ravaya just
Ravaya?
What's wrong with Ravaya has been emaciated, exhausted. They were in a bloodstained blanket. They must have been crippled in some way, but they don't look like they're fit for combat in any way, shape, or form.
Exhausted to 5 levels kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah. 5th level exhaustion. They do drink the water, and you can see shaky hands. You can see that they haven't eaten in potentially days. If
Enough for
if
Vaya's
they've
fingers.
survived, she does, yeah. If they've survived, they've done so by the skin of their teeth.
How many fingers does Carrick have?
Carrick has a full set of fingers.
Wow.
You want to take one? He offers it to you. No. He does. He has been regrown with a full set of fingers.
Okay, so we know that these are not real people, right?
But the
Yeah, how does that work? Like,
dolls-
does the soul get split, or
the
How would you
dolls,
know
yeah,
that they're
say
not real
big, heavy.
people?
Well, I guess that's my
Up to
question.
you.
Is like, would I be able to? Because again, they were created through a piece of each of us.
Mm.
while we were still alive too? It's not like
Yeah.
it's like Ravaya could have been like a reincarnated thing, but we're all here still.
Can I make like an Arcana check to see if Ignor would understand what type of magic would do something like this?
Yes, you can. Anyone who wants to figure that out can also roll an Arcana.
Oh my
I was
god.
just helping Carrick get to the answer.
Okay. Ignite, this isn't your expertise, but it sounds like Carrick, with being a cleric and understanding the processes of potentially resurrection, the transferal of souls and such, you do know the spell. It is most likely, in your best educated guess, some form of the clone spell, which grows an inert duplicate of a living creature. Normally, it's a safeguard against death. They are a sealed vessel that, once fully grown, if you die, your soul is transferred into it. However, as you've already witnessed several times, the hag's magic works in weird ways, and they use their own form of somatic components. You saw someone yank their teeth out, snap their nails off, and squeeze the eyeball of a newt. Something about this is off, and it's perverted magic in a very it's probably their own weird way of casting their own clone spell. But they definitely use that cauldron to do it. And yeah, that magic is emanating from that is probably necromancy from the cauldron.
Yeah, let's go check out this needle.
Okay. All right. So if you want, you can head up there. Move your tokens around. Straw Bundle does kind of waddle and follow along behind you, Esri.
Do you want to lift?
Oh.
Managing?
Yes, please. They
Yeah.
do. They hop up onto your hand and then onto your shoulder. And okay, Carrick, open up.
You come in, no face, Jojo.
Yeah, Joho squeaks with his wheels, and when he gets to the step, he has to use his long simian arms to like hop up.
I'll help him.
One at Okay, you pick him up. Play no face. As seeing everyone's getting lifted, goes over to Ignir and then holds up his arms and like as if he's like Mama. Like he wants.
Wait, but that's the stomach.
Oh god, yeah, the other
Yeah.
Ignir. This one.
I'll take it up, kind of, and keep it kind of away from me.
Okay. Sure. All right. Do you open up the door, Carrick or Esri?
Yeah.
Okay. Inside, you see there is a figure. His back is turned to you right now, and they seem to be humming to themselves as they work. A delicious aroma of spiced meat greets you. And at the end of this 20-foot long corridor, the room opens up, revealing red tapestries covering the wall. There is a feast spread on 3 tables consisting of roast boar, squash stew, and a tray of iced cake. Flagons of frothy beer complete the banquet. A gaunt humanoid male in a dusty black suit quietly arranges the items on the table, and he seems to move over to the cake one. He suddenly takes notice of your intrusion, and without a word, he gestures you to come forward. And he gestures with his hand, like an eating gesture.
Yeah, in no world are we going to eat any of this food.
Mr. Threadneedle, Straw Bundle kind of wave, says, "Hello, Mr. Threadneedle." You see him give a little wave, but he does so with like the tips of his fingers. You know, that kind of like childish like wave you do to babies. And he kind of gives a warmish grin. But it's, yeah, a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I
But he
will.
kind of gestures again.
Eric will say, "Can you? Does our host speak?"
Straw Bundle says, "Not very often. He usually communicates by nodding or shaking his head. And he does seem to smile a lot. He's somewhat friendly." As soon as you lay eyes on the boar, Kubazan speaks up and says, "A hearty meal. You should try the roast boar. Red meats are good for the strength.
Nope.
You do know where we are, right?
And I have no fear, as should you.
Yeah, I'm a vegetarian.
Fear is different
In
from
this moment.
Fear is different from stupid.
Ongo says, I'll just gobble them all up. Oh, the cakes look good. All right. With your detect magic up, Carrick, you can tell this is probably magically summoned food, similar to what your spell does. Right? You can create food, right?
Yes, I can.
Cool. Okay, then. In that case, you can sense. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can sense that magic which would conjure food in this room.
How about the guy?
The guy gives off no magic. Oh wait, yeah, he does. Yeah. Not from him though, but from in his pocket. Seems to be carrying something that is giving off an aura of divination. A small roundish aura.
Look, we'll cut right to the chase. We aren't that hungry, but we're looking to open the seals on the doors. Do you think you could help us with that?
His eyes go wide with recognition, and he nods assertively. He gestures around to the food once again and mimics eating.
You don't like to talk out loud?
He smiles and shakes his head.
Eric taps his fingers to his forehead and casts message like, "Is this?" And Adam, "Is this better?"
You hear the creaking sound of like wood in the wind, like a frail piece of wood, and then you hear a caw. I'll do one, but you know what it sounds like. And then you kind of hear the rustle of like grain in a cold breeze. That's all you hear.
I'll cast detect thoughts
Okay.
racially.
Interesting. Okay.
If the creature
Yeah.
does have an intelligence of 3 or lower, doesn't work.
It does have an intelligence of higher than that. So you can detect the thoughts. There is. Okay. It seems as though he is following instructions. His initial thoughts are not hostile. He has been commanded by something or someone, and he is trying his best to follow those orders. And
How
so
do
far,
we
yeah.
how do we open the seals? Carrick will say that to kind of prompt him thinking about that. And if that's not a surface thought, he's going to push deeper.
Okay. The surface thought is the food, and the surface thought is it's delicious. Why aren't they partaking?
Yeah, I'm going to just try to force my way in.
Okay. An intelligence save, right?
Wisdom,
Wisdom? Okay.
I believe. Nope.
13.
So yeah, I'm going to just... Oh, it wasn't intelligent.
I rolled wisdom.
It was, yeah, wisdom saving throw, and then...
You got a 13.
Yeah, and so I'm just going to be digging around to try to... Yeah, I'm just going to... I politely asked, and now I'm just going to margin
Mr.
to try to figure
Threadneedle,
out how to open the
he
seal.
understands common, but you can understand that he cannot speak. can only communicate through these gestures. He has been warned of your arrival. He knows who you are, and he has been instructed to lay out the tables and only attack if you attack him.
And then I'm looking for if he knows how to open the seals.
He only seems to understand how to unlock the seal in this room.
Yeah.
And he again gestures towards the food, knowing that eating this will do something towards opening the seal.
What about the you said the squiggly lines
Yep.
on the walls are tapestries.
They are 5 red tapestries hang from iron rods bolted to the walls. Each is made up of a pentagonal patches stitched together. And if you want to inspect those, you can give me a perception check.
Okay. Would that fall under Dungeon Delver?
Yeah, sure. You're in a dungeon. This could be potentially something. 21.
21.
Nice. Okay. You can see something more. There is a subliminal devil's face, cleverly hidden in the design, and the devil's open mouth forms a pentagon. And it looks almost as if it's an opening, not just part of the design, but as though the fabric wasn't there.
There's like a gap in the fabric.
Right, yeah, where the mouth is stitched.
Whilst Carrick is reading the guy's mind, I say, "Hey, what's with that gap in the fabric there?"
He looks towards it, and immediately his head tilts to one side. And you're reading his mind, right? What do you get to know?
I mean,
I'll just say there's an emotion. There's an emotion of realization, and the one word that comes to mind is secret.
It's a secret. That's it. That's got to be it. Don't eat the food. He wants us to eat the food. But he is working. He is following He's doing everything that the hags have wanted him to. He's not here to help us.
Well, that makes
Okay.
sense. The shotgun not putting my hand in that hole.
I'll go put my hand in it.
All right, yeah. Kubazan says, you can do it. Ezra, as you reach in, you does feel like there was nothing more than a faint curtain of fabric. And as you push through it, you uncover a small compartment, and you can feel something smooth, cold, and solid on the other side. Feels like a lever made of glass.
Hey,
Cool. Let's
do
bonk
it.
this lever.
Okay.
I said bonk because I
There
don't
is
know if
no-
I need to push it up or pull it down, so bonk.
Mr. Threadneedle, his mind suddenly shifts to the emotion of, I guess, what's the emotion? Failure. Failure and disappointment. Yeah, definitely disappointment. Kind of like shrugs, like his shoulders begin to sag as he looks around all the food that he prepared. Ezri, as the lever is
Don't make
pulled
me feel bad for
down,
this guy.
you can feel a rumble, and suddenly you hear a metallic shring. And looking across back into the chamber, Vaughn kind of goes dong dong and points and highlights that one of the seals has been opened.
These
Awesome.
puzzles aren't as deadly.
Boom.
So yeah.
Carrot. As soon as you say that, you literally had to say that, didn't you? As soon as you leave the chamber, You suddenly feel a crippling hunger as soon as you leave the area. And it is awful. You double over as your belly kind of rumbles and growls. The emotion of Threadneedle is as if he warned you.
But we have to eat to leave. Like, am I in pain? Like, how bad?
Very painful. Yeah, the hunger is like nothing you've ever experienced before. You have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until it is ended.
I'll take out the jug of alchemy and say honey and a gallon of honey. I'll just start eating it.
You gobble it down, but it does nothing to sate your hunger. It feels like it's just emptying into a void in your stomach.
It's disadvantage on ability checks. So I'm exhausted. Is that what it is?
Something akin to that. Yeah, that's your best guess is something akin to that. You could self-diagnose if you want to roll a medicine check.
Love to self-diagnose just to see if a lesser restoration would take care of it, or
Okay, it is very much like exhaustion, but it's more than that. It feels like as you down that honey, it really is being poured into a void. Something maybe magical needs to end this effect.
And this is an effect that this guy started? Or this just
No,
started
it
at the
seems as
moment?
though that happened as soon as Carrick left that door right there. That's the moment when he felt it.
We're gonna
As soon as he passed over from the door.
Can I roll an Arcana check on the door?
Yeah, sure.
See if there's any like runes or anything that would trigger that kind of thing.
Doesn't seem to be any runes on the door, no. But if something has happened to Carrick, it must have been when he went into this room and then left. That was the trigger for it. But you cannot see what actually activated to do this.
Say, Ezra, back up, dear.
Oh? Like,
just
towards you or the back of the wall?
Come this way.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong?
Are you still in his head there, Carrick?
nah, probably not.
Okay.
Only
Well,
a minute.
Is anyone against me incinerating everything in that room?
Just think that we might be different than that. I'm so hungry. I think we're gonna have to dispel the magic. I don't know if like a dispel or lesser restoration, or I mean just
it's akin to being exhausted. That's like you said, that kind of level.
I hope if I just sort of remove the temptation, then maybe that will do it.
I mean,
Try, but
Alright, is it really how stupid of an idea does it sound to actually eat this?
Really stupid.
If it's a magical item though, if it's like magical food, maybe we can identify it.
Because
maybe it does.
The food is
at least we know what it's doing.
Yeah, you definitely already know the food is magical for sure.
Yeah,
Carrick
is drawn back, just salivating, looking at all the different foods.
Identified
Threadneedle looks to like.
They're ready to like get Carrick in a headlock the moment he looks like he's gonna eat something.
Threadneedle has a big grin on his face, and he kind of puts his fingertips together, tapping them like excitedly.
I will put some fire up your jacksie.
His expression drops. Okay, Carrick. There's roast boar, squash stew, iced cakes, and frothy beer.
I mean, I have said how much I like stew.
Yeah, stew has always been bad in this adventure. Oh, we established that. But hey, yeah, no, you know what? Do whatever you want. We're good.
I'll identify the stew.
You're gonna cast Identify. Okay. Okay, knock off the spell slot. If you eat this stew, you sense that there is a healthy magic about it, and that you would gain advantage on Constitution saving throws. But there is some sort of magic tethered to someone, something, an individual. Roll me an Arcana check in addition to this. The name comes to you as you identify it. Peggy Deadbells. The same one that clawed your cranium. She is tied to this stew. And you know that if you drink this, you'll be unwilling to maybe hurt them as much. And there's that same old Fey folklore saying, do not partake of food from the Fey. But I'll tell you mechanically what it means. You have effectively, actually, you know what? I'll leave it vague, but I'm just going to say, yeah, you'll be dissuaded against attacking Peggy
Like a
Deadbells.
sanctuary thing.
Closest thing to that, yeah. That's effectively it. That's your best guess, because you're using your own spells as maybe a way to work it out, and yeah, you would know that it's something akin to that. And you would also know the effect is temporary.
I have a very simple solution.
Okay.
We take one of those tiny beads off of the necklace of Fireball. We throw it in here, and we close the door, thus ruining all of this food.
I think we'll all still be cursed, though. I think we're all half cursed. We're fully cursed until we eat some food by coming into this room.
We don't want to be wasting spells trying to undo curses. We really need to conserve what we've got.
Yeah, I don't even. I think
I'll quite happily go first.
I think we should if we all eat the stew, or maybe each one is tied to each table is a different hag.
Yeah, so we definitely won't want to all eat the same thing then.
I mean, they're still born, but yeah, maybe that's yeah. I'm gonna eat some stew.
Okay, you eat the stew, and you feel healthier again, ridding yourself of that crippling
I have
hunger.
advantage on Constitution checks or saving throws.
Advantage on Constitution saving throws.
Does that include Constitution saving throws made to maintain advantage on spells?
That's
Those
a
are
check.
con
Check.
Right.
That is a
That's a con save.
No, they're safe. They are safe.
Oh,
So yes.
yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to necessarily waste more slots to identify stuff.
No, I'll
But maybe the other stuff does other cool stuff.
I'll give in to Kubazan and we'll have some boar protein
Yeah.
and shit for the muscles.
Red meat. Best. The
Please stop talking.
Okay,
You feel stronger, Ezra. You have advantage on strength checks. Widow Groat suddenly doesn't feel like such a bad hag after all. She's prepared you this lovely meal.
I'll take that.
I'll take Groat and you can take Bells that way.
Yeah, we'll swap. Perfect.
Great. I try to step out the door.
You can, and your hunger has been sated, Carrick.
Awesome. I will follow and scoop up Bundle on the way out.
Yep, they've been on your shoulder the whole time.
Okay, that's fine.
But,
Cool.
The Threadneedle wasn't so bad.
It was just a bit weird. Does he ever talk?
Just leaving to see if the curse is for everyone.
Yep, yes, and you are doubled over as the crippling hunger hits you like a freight train in the stomach.
Okay, so the only thing that hasn't been eaten is the cakes, yeah?
That's right. And no,
Shit.
frothy beer.
I'll have a cake.
Oh, thank you.
They
Okay.
might do weird stuff.
Okay. The the cake tastes like carrot cake. And there's even like an icing in the middle as well, which is delicious. You feel energized and gain 2d10 temporary hit points. You can roll it. But, you know, Aggie Nana has lovingly prepared these little things with decorations on them. And look, your cake even had a little mustache on it. And of icing. Delicious. You wouldn't want to hurt Baggy Nana, would you?
Yasin's generally not a fan of Fae shenanigans, as established with what was it, Nanny Poo Poo?
Mhm.
Not a fan.
No. Well, you've all got your different advantages and downsides, at least. Ignir, would
Here, what are you gonna?
frothy beer and top it off?
Yeah, I was gonna do the beer.
Threadneedle also picks up a beer and offers a toast.
Oh, give him a toast.
All right, yeah, he clinks the mug together, and you both down the beer. You can roll a special die, a d6,
Ooh.
and anytime in the next 24 hours, you can roll this die, or you can roll it now. You can roll this die once, and then add that result to a d20 that you just made.
Oh, cool.
Wait, like,
Basically,
and it's like a bardic inspiration, but forever, for 24 hours.
For 24 hours, yeah.
You can
Additionally,
add it to every d20 roll.
oh my god, are you kidding? Additionally, if the character is inhibited by the spirit of a trickster god, the power normally granted by that god is suppressed. You're the only one who hasn't got a trickster god in you. So you don't get your trickster god drunk. And you don't feel any adverse effects. It's just a great beer. A fantastic beer. You feel determined to take these guys on, and yeah. You can add a d6 roll to only one. Okay. I'll give you a choice now. Actually, do you want to keep the 3, or do you want to save it now and use it later?
Probably roll it. Sorry, I got a little. You just were like roll a special dice. So I was like, yes.
Yeah,
and then
sorry.
you
Yes,
later, I
that's
was
okay.
like,
That's
no.
fine. Giving you the choice. Do you want to save it for the moment, or do you want to just have a 3 that you can add at any time to a d20?
I'll save it.
We'll save it. Okay, so you don't know what the dice is going to be.
Yeah.
Okay,
Also,
I'm going to delete that.
when I step back out of the room, is there anything? Because this is the hag lair. Is there anything that looks of particular interest to me and my lantern?
No, not yet. No, but you do feel as though whatever lies behind that door. Excuse me. There's potentially a pull.
Okay.
A pull to it, like a great well, something funneling into it. You can see the soul of the lantern potential. Or no, there is no soul in the lantern. You got rid of that. But you can maybe see that the lantern maybe leans towards it ever so slightly, like there's a gravity towards it. Yeah. Okay. We are coming up to time now, but we could go on if you wanted, or do you fancy just calling it here?
I'll just call it there. But Yasin's also going to go scorched earth policy as he leaves the room. Oh, by the way, you're creepy as tits, and I don't think we should leave a staunch ally of the hags sitting behind us. So, sorry.
Fuck.
No, the thread needle's weak to fire. Oh! He burns up. Oh god. Straw Bundle what looks on in horror. Like
I'm gonna cover their face.
cover their face. Yeah, way to go. You had to go out in a boom, didn't you, Carrick? Yes. So what was it? 12 doubled to 24.
He's actually is actually weak to fire.
Yes, like legit weak to fire.
What the hell?
Yeah, you see him burning up. He's still alive, by the way. What happens is his flesh melts away, his robe falls to the ground and tethers. You hear a bounce of something glassy roll out of his pocket.
That's far darker than I thought it'd be.
He's running around the room on fire right now.
Oh, stay still. Stay
Looking over
still.
the
I'll finish it.
He's dodging. You can make with the disadvantage. He rushes towards you.
Stay still.
Oh god, he's gonna take a turn to try and claw you. Okay, he
Missed.
misses. I think that, and then as soon as he gets the second claw towards you, you incinerate him, and he falls backwards, falling to ash. Oops, there we go. And as his body burns away, you see not flesh but straw underneath.
Oh.
Oh,
Sticks, for limbs, twigs for
definitely.
bones.
Oh, he was a scarecrow.
And he
Mhm.
dropped something.
What did he
There
drop?
was a glass bead of some sort lands on the ground, and it rolls away into the corner of the room. But you can go fetch it.
Yeah, mage
Okay.
hand fetch it.
Yeah, that does the trick. As you retrieve the strange glass ball, it's about the same size as an eyeball, and as you turn it around, you kind of flinch as you actually see there is an eye staring back at you. That's what it is. Glass eyeball.
Ooh.
It had I saw it before.
Hi, guy.
Divination on it.
Hi, guy.
Might be. But I think there we will end tonight's session as you retrieve this strange trinket from Mr. Threadneedle. And Wongo laughs. Yeah, he could have done that the moment you walked in. But thank you all very much for watching. Thank you for playing. And we will see you all next week, same time, and tune in then. Catch them potentially finally bust open this skeleton gate and take on the final challenge. See you all then. Bye bye.